Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Matt Wilmarth, Legislative Service Office. I'm a senior school finance analyst, and I will keep my comments brief today. I will just summarize the October 11th letter you received from Chairman Scott and Chairman Paxton of the Joint Education Interim Committee that summarizes their recommendations on a K-12 external cost adjustment to the Education Resource Block Grant model for school year 2022-23 or fiscal year 2003. Big picture, what this does, or what the recommendation is it restores the ECA from the school year 2020-21 year in full and adds on additional external cost adjustments for fiscal year 2023. And it does it in the four model categories: energy, educational supplies, professional staff, and non-professional staff. Their total recommendations for the biennium would be approximately $72.3 million. That is broken up into $36.3 million in fiscal year 23 and $36 million in fiscal year 24. The one caveat on the educational materials and the energy adjustments is that the indices that are used come from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and the final two periods are using preliminary data. Those are finalized 4 months after the data is published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We intend to finalize those data prior to your December hearings. So those may change slightly, but they're not going to have any significant impact in the amounts forwarded in this recommendation. Mr. Chairman, from a procedural standpoint, the Education Committee by law is to make its recommendation to the Appropriations Committee each year in between recalibrations by October 15th. This committee then, under Wyoming Statute 2113-309 subsection O, is required to make its own recommendation to the legislature and the governor by November 1st. So that's the purpose of the discussion today, is to make the joint appropriations recommendation to the governor and the legislature. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Tana and I can take any questions the committee has.
Go ahead. So statute requires us to have a recommendation by the 1st of November.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Schwartz.
Senator? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator. Matt, I'm just curious, so statutorily, we have to have a recommendation by November 1st. We can also, at a later date, alter that recommendation during budget?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, yeah, I think that's up to the committee here and the legislature as a whole.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Matt, what are the constitutional implications, if any, of this recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, Tanya Haytrick, Legislative Service Office Operations Administrator. Statutorily, there's a requirement, as Matt referenced, and there are also a couple of cases on this as well. As far as historically, the JAC and the legislature have adopted a variety of practices in the external cost adjustment. It's a policy question that the legislature makes every year.
So there. So just briefly, why don't you walk us through what the recommendations are from our friends in the Education Committee.
Talk about walking through the recommendations. You're going to take us through the various elements and what the,
Yeah,
is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I can walk through the October 11th memorandum to the committee. The Joint Education Committee adopted two specific motions. The first one is related to the energy and educational materials categories of the funding model. Within those categories, there's separate components that are adjusted. Specifically for energy, utilities are is the component that are going to be adjusted for inflation. The recommendation from the Joint Education Committee is to provide a 7.935% external cost adjustment plus the ECA that was adopted in fiscal year 2021. That is a cumulative ECA to energy of 8.945%. And that equates to about $3.2 million. On the supplies category, there's various components underlying that category, including technology, supplies, materials for textbooks, professional development, student activities. The only items that are not adjusted are the cost of technology. The law specifically excludes an inflation adjustment to technology. That's at the recommendation of your education school finance consultants. Every other item is adjusted for inflation. So the recommendation from the Education Committee is a 0.104% ECA plus the amount from fiscal year 21, which is a cumulative ECA adjustment or an ECA of 5.967%. That equates to about $6.9 million for a single year adjustment. The second recommendation that the Joint Education Committee forward was related to personnel. And personnel is separated in two separate categories. We have the professional staff and the non-professional staff. Professional staff include your administrators, teachers, any position that requires some type of certificate to be in that position. The non-certified staff are your operations and maintenance staff, custodians, groundskeepers, as well as secretarial and clerical staff and supervisory aides. So that recommendation was to provide a 1.808% increase plus the fiscal year 2021 adjustment. So that is a compounded amount of 3.323%. And then for the non-professional staff, the adjustment was a 2.3, and for the professional staff, the amount is $20.7 million or $20.9 million in fiscal year 23, 20.7 million.
Can you say that again, Matt?
Yeah, the total estimated cost for the professional staff is $20.9 million. And that would be for fiscal year 2023, $20.7 million for fiscal year 2024. For the non-professional staff, the recommendation is a 2.338% increase plus the adjustment given in fiscal year 2021 for a cumulative compounded ECA of 4.478%. And the estimated cost associated with that is $5.3 million per year.
Is that the same for 2024?
Mr.
So it's
Chairman,
identical.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, it is. The only modification in the annual amounts was for the professional staff. Mr. Chairman, that's the details of their ECA recommendation.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
where are the superintendents and other administrative, which classification are they in?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, they are in the professional staff category.
Thank you.
So any further questions for Matt? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Matt. Just a question on, try to get a flavor for this, but when the Education Committee was going over these numbers, did they take into account other funds that come in, as in federal funds that may have come into school districts that may affect how funding mechanisms for professionals, for teachers, for any of that, or was that taken into account?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I can't speak to every member's reasoning as to why they forwarded that recommendation. What I can say is these recommendations are exclusive of any federal support, and that's beyond even these special COVID relief funds. Traditionally, the legislature has not accounted for federal funds as part of its education resource block grant model funding levels.
If I can follow,
Go ahead.
does anyone have any data about how much money in general was allocated by it? I mean, this is kind of an unprecedented time with COVID and these funds, ARPA funds and CARES Act funds and all this stuff. And so I was just kind of wondering, just to kind of get a handle on a total number of those dollars that were allocated.
You bet. Mr. Chairman and Senator Grew, there have been 3 separate allocations at the federal level under the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, as termed ESSER. And within the CARES Act, school districts have been allocated at minimum $29.3 million from the CARES Act. The second iteration of funding came from the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, or some people refer to it as the CARISA Act. And that was an appropriation to school districts at minimum of $121.7 million. And then the most recent act is the American Rescue Plan Act, and school districts received $273.4 million. Underneath each of those acts, the state education agency has received allocations for its agency to either subgrant a portion of that or use some for administration. The governor's office has also received a portion of funding out of those acts and from the CARES Act and the ARP Act. So in total, what we know from the Department of Education, approximately $503 million has been allocated to school districts. And these cover from the beginning of the CARES Act through the ARP Act.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. And thank you for that. So Matt, so what effect does this have on, first of all, are there maintenance of equity or maintenance of effort act or requirements on the ESSER funds?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, yes, there's maintenance of effort requirements under all 3 allocations, under the ESSER allocations. Under the ARP ESSER funds, the maintenance of effort is different than the maintenance of effort under CARES Act and the CARISA Act. The change in the ARP Act is it's a proportional amount of funding allocated to districts as compared to the state's budget based on a 3-year average. Under the ARP Act, there is also a maintenance of equity calculation as well, which does not exist under the first 2 iterations. And I think Mr. Richards this morning indicated it's likely the maintenance of effort items under current allocations won't be an issue, but it depends on what happens this upcoming budget session.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can just keep following up a little bit on that. And thank you, Matt. And then when we look at the maintenance of effort, maintenance of equity requirements that we see going forward, how long do those have to last?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, those last the fiscal year 2022 and 2023.
So through fiscal year 2023.
Correct.
And what's the result if we drop below the maintenance of effort of maintenance of equity threshold, what's the effect? Is it a give back? Is it 100%? Is it proportional? What's the effect?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, the U.S. Department of Education is hesitant to exactly say what the penalties are going to be, but based on frequently asked questions that they have provided, it's going to be treated similarly to what other maintenance of effort requirements are under, for example, the IDEA program, where it would be up to the amount that you violate would be the risk.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Don, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just so there's no surprises, and Matt can correct me, on the ESSER 1 funds, which were provided under the CARES Act, that had a maintenance of effort requirement for both higher education and K-12 for that fiscal year, even though there was only 2.5 months left in that fiscal year. That calculation has not been completed, to my knowledge, and Wyoming is at potential risk on that, unrelated to any action that you took, just the normal course of events and year-over-year changes. Now, there is a waiver process. So if we are found in violation, there is a process against which the state can appeal that. But I just wanted to follow up on that, so there's no surprises on
And,
FY $19.
And were those at one point in time, there was a recommendation to cut a certain amount of money from UW and the community colleges, and we put some of that back because of the risk of, was that the ESSER 1, or was something?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was something else. So if you'll recall, you finished up your budget session in fiscal year 2020, and coronavirus, kind of the pandemic, got going shortly after you adjourned. Then Congress passed that CARES Act. There was only, April, May, and June left in that fiscal year. But as a condition of receiving those funds, looking back, states could not cut, even though all of those budgets had been already established. And certainly Matt can correct me, but it's really not even an issue of cuts, because in calendar or fiscal for the 2020 session, there weren't any significant cuts. Rather, it's related to the amount of local revenue generated compared to the state's entitlement payments. And the regulations are written in what I would just describe as a fairly favorable way for Wyoming. So we may not have any issue there. I just wanted to alert you of that potential.
Go ahead.
And so the money that when we looked at the supplemental budget back in March of 2021, we had that money back. I think that was my recollection was that was in anticipation of the ARPS or the ESSER 3. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And so just so I get back, coming back again to one of my issues as we deal with all of these things. So we've got in ESSER 3, we've got $273 million that you've got a maintenance of effort / maintenance of equity issue that you've got to maintain through fiscal year 2024. That's correct. Is that correct? Excuse me, 2023 through fiscal year 2023. And at least under current ARPA, there is, this the last ESSER 3 money, the 273 million, 303 million, which there's, you can, what do they call it? The administration takes the big, and then the rest of it goes to schools. But anyway, of that 273, there's no further anticipation of any ESSER 3, and there's no ESSER 4 that we have yet. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, I'm not aware of an ESSER 4 out there yet.
And so when we do this is what I'm struggling with is you've got a $273 million that's gone out to the school districts. And so we have to maintain that through fiscal year 2023 at the schools. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, the requirements are the state support has to be maintained at levels equal to the same proportion under fiscal year 17, 18, and 19. That's for the effort. Equity, there's a two-part test.
Yeah.
And the first part is at least 50% of the enrollment that they deem as high need must receive on a per pupil basis the same level of funding as compared to the prior year. Then there's a high poverty test, which is 20% of the enrollment that is deemed the most 20% of high poverty students in the state. The second part test is they shall receive at least the same per pupil funding level as compared to fiscal year 19. So those are the two-part tests that you, for this fiscal year and next fiscal year, you look back to the prior year funding for the high poverty or for the high need students. And then the second test is the high poverty test. And you must maintain equivalent to the fiscal year 19 per pupil funding levels.
And so is state support, and that's, so it's limited to state support. So so you don't have to come up with another 273 million to replace the ESSER 3 funds in 2023?
Mr. Chairman, no, the U.S. Department of Education is not requiring us to come up with an additional $273 million. The acceptance of the $273 million requires us to maintain certain per pupil funding levels.
That you just explained.
That would yeah.
Go ahead.
So Matt, as you refer to that in particularly the ESSER 3 coming, that's to the districts, the LEAs, and you have the funding that you just explained to us based on high needs and poverty. Is that something that the districts as the LEA then are accountable for, or does that come back and impact the state as the SEA? So I don't know that I'm asking this question very well, but could the SEA, the state, be within its maintenance effort and yet have an LEA that's not?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, there are requirements placed upon local education agencies or school districts also receiving those funds. There's maintenance of equity calculations as well for them. I don't know the details of that. I think the Department of Education might have additional details that they could fill in, but high level, I believe any district that is 1,000 or fewer students is not subject to those. But districts greater than that 1,000 enrollment count has to ensure that the per pupil funding amongst its schools is also it's similar levels as it was in 2019 and the prior school year. They can't make adverse reductions to certain schools that are either high poverty or in high need. That's my basic understanding. So they're under certain requirements as well at the district level in acceptance of those funds.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So coming, that reminded me of another question I had that Representative Larson brought up. It made me think of it. So when we talk about the maintenance of equity or maintenance of effort, funding levels and state support, when we talk about that, when we talk about it, we're not just talking, are we talking about just the state guarantee, or are we talking about the state guarantee plus all local contribution?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, good question. The guidance from the U.S. Department of Education has been favorable towards Wyoming in that we can utilize the state guarantee amount, which includes both state and local revenue, the entitlement plus local revenues. There was some questions earlier in the distribution of those amounts, whether or not state support only meant the state amount, meaning a recapture district gets 0 state support. But the U.S. Department of Education has used a favorable calculation that allows the state to use the full guarantee amount.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think what he said was so far so good. Is that about as good as it gets right now?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
just do it different than everybody else.
Well, yeah, and Mr. Chairman, to that point, it helps the state in the respect that I think this morning can illustrate revenues to local school districts can be volatile based upon commodity prices. And so utilizing the state guarantee amount equalizes that calculation across years. And so using the guarantee amount helps ensure that the state is using a comparable amount across years.
So I got a couple different questions. Matt, you said that in the past, we have not used federal dollars as part of a computation. But we've never had this type of infusion by the federal government before. So it's a really unique situation. So why couldn't we consider it?
Mr. Chairman, I think a couple answers. I'm not saying you can or cannot. I just have a couple of responses to that. First, the calculation of how these amounts are awarded is not based upon how you've computed an ECA. These amounts are allocated to school districts based upon their Title I percentage. And so when you're using or when you're comparing the amounts under the allocations from the federal government to how you calculate an ECA, under the ECA, you're adjusting amounts for utilities, educational supplies and materials, and personnel costs. The amounts for these ESSER funds have been allocated based on the district's Title I percentage allocation to the state. Additionally, at least 20% of the amounts awarded under the ARP ESSER have to be used for learning loss programs. This could be after-school programs, summer school extended day programs. So there are certain restrictions on that. The remaining 80% to the school districts have pretty broad discretion on how those are allocated, including continued response to the coronavirus pandemic. So
Matt, what that suggests to me is we can't consider all of it, but we could consider a portion of it as one-time revenues for this biennium or for this, at least this school year.
Mr. Chairman, I'll leave that as a policy consideration for you. The other item I would mention is districts last week received the go-ahead from the State Department of Education to start filling out applications for these funds, meaning they can start expending these funds this school year. So, for example, Washakie County School District number 2 receives, I think, around $44,000 under this ARP ESSER funding. They may be able to expend all that under this school year's allocation, meaning 0 would be allocated for next school year, which this ECA looks to. So timing matters. They have approximately until September of 2023 to expend the ARP ESSER funds, plus another 12 months under the federal tidings requirements. So these funds under the ARP ESSER extend beyond or start before the consideration of your ECA time period.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, so taking off on the chairman's question, just like kind of in reverse though, if a school district got federal funds and then their discretionary funds, use them, say, in the energy and educational materials section that we're supposed to give a recommendation on, say they allocated money towards that, then we approve this, and those dollars go to that same school district, would then, because of the maintenance of effort and equity, would then we be kind of law of unintended consequences, be kind of in a situation there where we'd have to keep funding at that level? Or would they not be entitled to that money because they spent their federal money on that, and so that school district wouldn't get that, and that's how that money would equalize? Or am I just totally off base on all? And anyone has those answers. is fine.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Grew, prior to the district's expenditures, they will be filling out a reimbursement from the Wyoming Department of Education on how those amounts are expended. The Department of Education will ensure that the districts spent that appropriately under the guidelines of the federal act before they reimburse it. But the notion that if a school district expends dollars on a portion that the block grant model allocates funding to, will the state be in a position to maintain that level of support? I think, again, that goes back to the legislature's policy that your job as a legislature is to provide an amount that's adequate to provide for your basket of goods, your funding model. I don't know that I could comment on whether that a district's expenditures of federal funds holds you to a certain level of funding.
Mr. Chairman.
I think, Ms. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I'm afraid I'm getting a little tangled up in the weeds and need some help here, Matt. Just want to make sure that as we consider, as we're having this discussion on an ECA, it's really the relevance to these federal funds is the rest of our state spending and what we do to jeopardize that the maintenance of effort. Because if we fund other state programs or increase our state budget, the danger then is that we could put that maintenance of effort in jeopardy and cause us some trouble. The question now that we're having is, what do we do with an ECA? And so my question to you is, if we didn't do an ECA, would that impact this maintenance of effort negatively? I mean, does it put us in a bind?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, under the current, I think, scheme that the Department of Education or Department of Corrections is utilizing, reducing their general fund expenditures and using federal dollars, I don't believe maintenance of effort under the current scheme will likely be an issue. What will likely, and I think we've estimated this, will be the maintenance of equity. Under even the current, under the current estimates of school district funding, maintenance of equity, there are potential violations on 5 or so school districts. And that's even without an ECA. I don't know what it would be with an ECA, but I anticipate there will likely be some potential violations. There are 3 school districts. This gets a little into the weeds, I apologize, but there's 3 school districts with large enrollment increases from virtual education.
Right.
And when you look on a per pupil basis, our funding model just doesn't add the same per pupil funding for each student because you increased the number of students in your district year over year. And so the potential violations on maintenance of equity really result in those 3 virtual education districts that saw large increases in enrollment, and their per pupil funding went down, even though their total funding from the state went up. And so again, the U.S. Department of Education and their guidance has offered some review of that, even though there is no waiver for maintenance of equity violations. They've offered the state to demonstrate reasons as to why per pupil funding went down on equity. Doesn't guarantee that they will forgive those violations. But what I guess, back to your basic question, not providing ECA, will that violate maintenance of effort? Unlikely at this point, but depends on what the legislature does with the 2022 budget session. Under the current law, maintenance of equity, there are potential violations even with the ECA.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and that was actually going to be my next question, because we talked about that a little bit this morning, those 3 school districts, 2 in the Bighorn Basin, 1 on the east side of the state, I believe. So if we pay, what would it take maintenance, ECA wise? Does the recommendation from the education committee resolve the maintenance of equity issue? Or would part of it, what's the magic number to do that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, likely not. The ECA likely does not absolve you of any of those
Okay.
potential equity
Okay.
violations.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Matt, thank you very much. So just on tracking what you're saying, there are $273 million of ARP funds that went to the school districts. The school districts have broad discretion to spend 80% of that. So 80% of 273 million is $218 million that they have broad discretion to spend on. It sounds like that amount dwarfs the Joint Education Committee's $36 million a year ECA. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sid, yes, but on a district level basis, an example I'll give you is Washkey 2. Their ECA value from the recommendation from the Joint Education Committee doubles what they received in the ARP SRM.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think maybe the light we just went on for me finally, Matt. What you just said when you talked about those three and the maintenance of maintenance of equity issues there, that's not on a statewide basis. That's just on a district by district basis. So the state's on violation. The state still spent as much money as it's ever has. But what's happened in these three districts is we're violating, in those several districts, we're violating the per student requirements. So, which puts us kind of in an odd place because we have a funding model that says it's this much per, you're entitled this much per student. And now all of a sudden we're saying, except now that we have maintenance of equity, these three, so do you take care of those three, or do you have to raise the entire level of all funding everywhere so we maintain compliance with our own model and our own statute?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, you're correct. It's an awkward conversation with the feds where we have a funding model that allocates resources on various different calculations. And we are then held to a per pupil funding amount that has to be maintained year over year or based upon a 3-year average. And then these three districts get substantial more funding due to increased enrollment, but their per pupil funding goes down because of the way our formula works. It's an awkward conversation, and
It's even more awkward because these are virtual schools and they don't have the same costs. So theoretically, they can do it for less. They don't have as much teachers. They don't have the administration. Right?
Mr. Chairman, I will say our school finance consultants have not provided a recommendation to allocate a lower amount or different amount of funding to a student in distance education programs.
That's because they don't have a model to base it on. I think they all agreed that the costs were lower. They just couldn't put a number to it. Isn't that right? That was my recommendation.
Mr. Chairman,
We're going
this
to ask you
isn't
questions. So
yeah, the 2020 recalibration approached it somewhat, but this isn't the first time they recommended to maintain the same level of funding. This recommendation is maintained since the late 2000s, or around 2007.
Yeah, and I think recal, we dropped it down about 60%. At least one of them, but it didn't pass. But that was had it passed, that's what we would have done.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there is a provision in the charter school bill that did that. So in the charter school bill, there is a provision, if you have a full-time virtual charter school, then the allocations under the block grant model are reduced, I believe, to 80% of what the funding model would provide.
Yeah, I think that was my motion to take it from 80 to 60.
Just to say.
Okay, further questions for Matt? So Matt, for the simpletons in the room, by doing nothing, if we don't pass any ECA, we're not, other than the risk of maintenance of the equity for those 3 school districts, we're not putting ourselves in jeopardy in terms of maintenance of effort. The only issue is our constitutional obligation and how we perceive that, right?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good summary.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one, I guess I have one more. So, well, it doesn't. So, I mean, for going through ESSER's 1 through 3, we've got $503 million that's come into the state education, been distributed to state education districts over the last couple of years. And so while that doesn't affect maintenance equity and effort directly, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is ultimately, because we end up through our formula trying to fund the cost of education, how does this 503, or at least a significant portion of it, now all of a sudden become part of the delivery of the cost of education? So moving forward now, it lifts the entire level of funding so that because it's going to be absorbed into the cost of education. They'll come back and those will be the new costs.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, that's a good question. And I think that's why you do as a legislature, a recalibration every 5 years. You as a legislature are required to identify the adequate level of funding during the recalibration process. Historically, federal costs aren't really included in that analysis. For special education program funding, it's exclusive of that analysis. The fear that the federal dollars are going to increase your obligations, I don't know if that I don't know if that's going to be true or not. I know school districts spent less money from their block grant on technology last school year than they did the year prior. My gut tells me they used a lot of the CARES Act, the CARISA Act funds to expend technology dollars rather than the block grant dollars. When those analyses occurred in the recalibration process, the consultants don't necessarily look at what your state expenditures are and your federal obligations are. They look at what does it cost for a computer. They look at the cost of teachers and say, what is the cost of the labor market for your staff? I hope that helps. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, it's an obvious answer, but at the end of the day, if that money's been used to buy additional computers, or it's been used to provide salary adjustments, other things like that, it's going to be reflected in the cost of it's going to be absorbed into the cost of education salary market. At least the portion that goes to pay salaries or pay compensation for teachers is going to be included in a computation for the regional. What's the cost of regional teachers? And so, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to, and, I think the concern that I and a lot of other people have is that we're going to increase we're going to create our inflation rate to some degree. And I don't know how you don't do it, but we'll wrestle with how we deal with it, I guess. Thanks.
Any other questions? So I had one other question, Matt. I think the Education Committee, as part of the bill that they're putting together, did they increase the amount of retained earnings or savings?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, at the Joint Education Interim Committee's September 8th and 9th meeting, they sponsored a bill for introduction in the 2022 budget session that would increase school districts' cash reserves limitation from 15% to 30%.
And that was premised on the additional funds that they're receiving from federal dollars?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chairman. These funds that districts receive are retained in their special reserve fund, which are not included in the computation of the cash reserves calculation. So that's with any federal dollar. Those are excluded. I think there were two maybe overarching reasons. One is the Senate File 60 provides a lot of uncertainty and more volatility in the collection of monthly ad valorem taxes. That provides a lot of uncertainty on districts on knowing how much money is actually going to come in. The other is, I think there is still the potential that the legislature deals with this long-term structural issue for K-12 funding. And it provides the ability for districts to, in the near term, because this bill would only allow the 30% increase for 5 years, to potentially save funds to smooth out any potential future reductions. So I think those are kind of the two overarching reasons for the increase. I would also indicate that the additional 15% that it was raised has to be separately accounted for, and it cannot be expended for any capital construction purposes. And so really they wanted that money to be focused solely for operational funding.
Any further questions? Okay, thanks, Matt. Public comment. Gentlemen, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tate Mullen. I'm the Government Relations Director for the Wyoming Education Association. As many of you were on that joint education committee meeting and heard my prior testimony, I'll keep my comments today brief. The influx of dollars in the external cost adjustment is incredibly important for our districts and allows them to pay for the salaries and things that we need to deliver the education that has substantial impact on our student outcomes. WEA was very pleased at the ECA recommendation by the Joint Education Committee meeting, and we would politely ask that you fulfill that entire recommendation. With that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McMullen, thank you so much for being here. If the ECA recommendation from the Joint Education Committee is approved here and becomes law, the districts under the block grant model will be free to spend that extra $36 million per year on whatever they want, right? I mean, if we could approve it for utilities, they can spend it on something else. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, that is a fair statement. And to add on to that statement, we recognize that districts have unique problems, and those districts are in a position to determine where those dollars need to be allocated. We, of course, would love to see those dollars allocated to teacher salaries. We know that it helps to attract and retain the type of educators that have an impact. But we do know that districts suffer different problems. We have districts that have facilities issues. We have districts that have attraction and retention issues for bus drivers, ESPs, paraprofessionals, special education. So each district has a unique problem. They are best fitted to address those problems, and that's why that block grant works.
Further questions? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you be in favor of a separate bill outside the budget to have that block grant to protect the teachers and educators and non-professional staff salaries?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, WA, that is a complex area. We would prefer to see the block grant stay intact. Again, just based upon the principles of that local control, it is a hard place for us, albeit the legislature or anybody else, to really mandate at such a level like, hey, look, here's what we want you districts to do. Again, it really kind of ties the hands of those districts in their ability to address the needs that they have. There are districts out there, and there are a lot of them in the state that are having difficulty attracting and retaining. I know the legislature has heard numerous times from Sweetwater County in terms of their inability to fill positions or even get applications for positions. So it is a very real presence out there, but that is not something that we would be all right.
Senator Guerrero.
Thank you for your testimony. And just a question and a little bit of a statement, then I'll ask a question, but we've been talking about this about, with these federal funds that are coming in, this is just an unprecedented deal that we've really never seen. We're working with all of through this committee and the rest of the state and the executive downstairs, working with every department, trying to squeeze every dollar we can from general funds, federal funds, and trying to leverage them all together to get the best bang for the buck across the entire state, everything we fund. Now, my question, is it unfair to you if we, as the Joint Appropriations Committee, were to ask our partner school districts to help us engage in that same exercise, to talk to us about the funding that they received, what they used it for, what they plan to use it for, and then how that works together with us, knowing that we all want to get to the same point, that we all want to have the best education system, the best pay for our teachers, the best bang for our buck, and how we could do that. Is that an unfair question to ask?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I think it's a great question, and I'm going to take some time to answer it because I think there's a great opportunity here. We're already engaged in this process as we speak. So as was explained, there is basically a form that WD has set up that districts can go through because there are not recommendations, but there are obligations in how districts devise a plan to use these funds. Part of the federal legislation requires that they engage in a substantial stakeholder conversation, parents, teachers, associations, a wide gamut of stakeholders. So we have reached out to the to WASA and said, hey, look, let's utilize a top-down, bottom-up approach. Let's bring in Wyoming Education Association, local leaders and members to have this conversation so that they can let superintendents know, hey, here's what's going on at our ground level. Here are the needs that we see. Superintendents also are going to have some unique perspective, right? So they're going to be able to look at it from that top-down approach and say, all right, here's where we see the needs. Where can we reconcile that? I would love to sit down with any number of you and discuss what that looks like. And I'm sure, not to speak on behalf of Kevin Mitchell and WASA, but I'm sure he would be pleased to have those conversations and well, but that's, I think it's a great question. We want to make sure that those dollars are used in the best possible means. One of the things that I get concerned about is that it does it is a large influx of dollars. But what we always have to take into account too is that, Senate File 60 has been brought up a couple of times today. That is going to cause some volatility for districts in being able to kind of budget. So they're going to have some of those funds. And at the same time, we have seen some substantial repercussions from the COVID pandemic, right? We've seen some learning loss. I've had educators, I've had districts, I've had health professionals reach out to me. We need mental health services in our schools. It is a huge problem. So we have seen, we're not coming from that level playing ground that we had going into the pandemic. We have got to, and why this is all targeted at Title I students and our at-risk and poverty students, is we need to make sure that they're taken care of at the end of the day, and that we kind of bring them up with the rest of the boat, and then we can address what the rest of education looks like. My fear is that this will be observed of, oh, there's this mass influx of cash. Why can't districts just make do with what they've got? Well, because they've got to take care of some of these other things that dropped during this pandemic with these dollars, and that costs so much.
So if I could follow up on Senator Guru's question, I think your answer is solely within the education community. And we're dealing with this issue statewide. And so I think the fair question is as we look and we say, should we not all be gathered together and talk about how we can make the dollar reach the furthest? I think then we're talking about people who are delivering services to our elderly, people who are delivering our services to people with disabilities, people who, all of those things, mental health, our community mental health providers, as you just referenced the need there. they all are doing more with less. And so now we're going to take some of that available cash that would help relieve some of that and put here in education. And so would you not agree that that conversation needs to be more than just within the education community, but it needs to be statewide, state general dollars as a whole?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I would absolutely agree with that statement.
Further questions? Okay, next. Come on up, Boyd.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Boyd Brown. I'm the intern superintendent in Sheridan 3.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow committees. I'm Superintendent Coley Shadrick in Glen Rock at Converse 2. I'm also on WASA as president-elect.
Chairman and committee, my name is Jim Copeland. I'm the superintendent of Carbon School District, Carbon County School District number 2 in Saratoga.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick reference back to what the ECA is really about. The ECA is the inflation adjustment to the model. It's one of your statutory requirements. It allows districts to have the same purchasing power the next year that they had in past years. So just wanted to remind you about that. Want to remind you that the evidence-based model is now more cost expensive than the legislative model as well. Want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you guys have talked about. I think making the ECAs categorical is problematic for a few different reasons. One of those reasons is the amount of money that the legislature cut out of the health insurance last year. So to say that we're going to put money on salary schedules because we're getting an external cost adjustment may not be something that we can do for each and every district. Some districts may choose to use that money to replace what they're not going to get for their health insurance. So I think the idea of the external cost adjustments going into the block grant and being able to use it as part of the block grant would be appropriate. There are districts that have cut staff members that they may want to bring 1 or 2 staff members back because of numbers and different things like that as well. So I think trying to make the external cost adjustment this year categorical is problematic. I want to talk just a little bit about the ARP funding. Again, I think it's a blessing and a curse at the district level, just like you guys see it a little bit. It is one-time funding, although we can use it over a few different years. And I would suggest that our Joint Appropriations Committee and our legislature would not suggest that we put that on salary schedules. We don't put that on areas that we would continue to carry forward as we move forward. At least 20% of that has to go to areas of learning loss. And then the other 80% is still has to meet what the federal government requires, and it also has to meet what each district would put in for their grant request. One thing that I'm not sure that the Joint Appropriation Committee understands is that we do not get that money in advance. We have to spend that money, and then the federal government reimburses us that money. So we have to have at least a cash flow to be able to get that funding back. And with that, I will kind of leave my comments to that and let Coley and Jim speak.
Mr. Chairman and fellow committee, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I said this during JEC. I know that, we're looking at unprecedented times, but I think school districts are also looking at that tough, decision-making. As a district, we were allowed the flexibility in a block grant to hire an additional nurse and an additional counselor prior to the pandemic. Thank goodness we had that flexibility to do that. Now we are using that CARES money to pay for that because it is so paramount. I don't know if we can continue those positions if we weren't able to have that flexibility. So we have challenges that aren't necessarily in a normal year in a normal funding model. We've got technology needs, we've got sanitation needs, we've got learning loss needs. There's a lot that those monies I think the natural tendency is to just think that we're going to use them for what we normally do and put everything else in a piggy bank. There's a lot of expenses to what we're doing right now. I just put a audio and a video system in my district at the tune of almost $500,000. My ESSER 2 allocation was 700, so that my teachers could have a less of a burden to provide education to kids on quarantine and that are isolated. They're having to teach in two different, forums, two different environments on a day-to-day basis. And so there is that is a kind of a misconception. So I know that this is a kind of a tough decision based on the times, but I would agree with Dr. Brown. The ECA allows us to move forward and have the same purchasing power. My district is one that is growing based on what's going on in Converse too. I have had bus drivers and paras, secretaries. I can't compete with what the private sector can pay. I'm paying them $13 an hour as a para, and they're going to work for a secretarial capacity at $21 an hour. And I can't compete with that. An ECA allows me to come close, to at least stay in the game, stay in the fight. So thank you so much for what you do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you brought up the audio visual technical stuff, and the federal funding that goes into that, and the state funding, local funding. My question really revolves around a kid missing school. So if a kid misses school, lives out in the country and misses school because there's a major blizzard and the roads are all closed and they can't get to school, are they still allowed to use that same technology versus that same kid staying home under a COVID quarantine?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I will share with you that last Wednesday, when we had the big snowstorm come through Sheridan County, we made it half a day the first day in school with all of our students there. The second day, we went virtual. Teachers taught from home, students learned from home. So we went ahead and had a virtual day. I think we had close to 90% attendance. I do have a few students in my district that don't have internet access or cell service to be able to do that. But yeah, that's an opportunity for us. And we were very glad that we had the opportunity to do that.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to ask that a different way. Is there a restriction? Because these were federal dollars for COVID purposes, is there a restriction from using those services for snow days versus COVID quarantine days? And I ask this because this has been an issue in my district.
So Chairman Nicholas, Representative Walters, I believe that there is a restriction on being able to code those students as virtually present just because of the way they're tracking the students who are absent for COVID, whether they're isolated or quarantined. So I think that's the issue with that. I do not believe it has anything to do with the ability to use it to have snow days. I've got one student who is medically been asked not to come to school, and they virtually do that. And it is one more thing that our staff members have to do, even if they're in the classroom with people. But I think that there's the ability to use the infrastructure and the technology, but it does not. You cannot count them as virtually present like you can whenever they're gone on an isolation or a quarantine. That's a long answer to a simple question.
Go ahead. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, yes, a question regarding the situation in Sheridan County, Converse County, and Carbon County. It looks like on average across the state that if of the $273 million of ARP funds, 80% are essentially unencumbered. You have $218 million to spend, which on average would be 6 times the proposed annual ECA. What does it look like in your county or your district with respect to actual dollars that you expect to receive under ARP that you can use unencumbered, relatively unencumbered, as opposed to the ECA impact for your district, if you know?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Seth, I think I understand your question, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase and see if I'm correct. I think what you're asking is the amount of money that you believe is unrestricted from the federal government. And I would tell you that I don't believe any of it is unrestricted for us. We're still going to be held accountable to the guidelines that we have to use that money for. I would say they are much more broad than some of the other ones. Again, I would say that I've testified to this group that if there's a way for us to put some of that money into reserves as we move forward, and there's the ability to have more reserves, I think that would be wise for us to do. I see our district at least will get about $400,000. I've got about 98 kids in my district. And I see us using that money for some of the things that students have missed out on. We are using some of that money for a paraprofessional that we've got. We'll be using some of that money to increase the ability for some of our students to come to school after school. And we'll also use that money for summer school like we're required to do. To tell you the truth, we have not planned too far ahead because we were not sure that Wyoming was going to even accept that money. So to say that I've got that pinned down with my district and I've not talked to my board about it. So I think we'd have to have some conversations about it. I don't have a problem having the conversation about using what we can. I think the issue for us is we know that it's temporary money, just like you guys do.
Any more questions? Okay. Senator Groom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same question, gentlemen. I guess, you know, and we won't go through the whole spiel again, but the same question. Is there a way that we can work together and talk about the whole picture? Like I really appreciated your comments about what you've done with your $90,000 in your district so far. But still, for me, it's just trying to get an adequate picture of the whole pie, all the way across all the school districts to see, how we can all work together to maximize these dollars. And to do so before we do this piece, because I'm afraid we might have unintended consequences if we do. And that, I guess, is that an unfair question to ask?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I guess I would state that I don't think it's an unfair question. I think for us to be able to answer that question, we have to have a little more information about what we can do with that grant money and can't do with that grant money. Again, I struggle, and I'll tell you, I would struggle recommending to my board that we use any of that money as part of a salary schedule or part of any of our recurring things that we do in our district, because just like you, I don't see us getting more money when this is over. I see our funding model being the model that we continue to use. So I don't see any of the superintendents not being willing to come to the legislature and work on trying to help solve problems. But like I said, whenever I started, I think it's kind of a blessing and a curse. We have been very fortunate in Wyoming. We had probably 95% of our students in school last year. That's not what's happened around the country. Again, I think we probably have at least 90% of our students in person again this year. And again, that's not common around the nation, I don't think. So I think that gives us another issue that we have to look at, that we're already back in person to person, where this money is supposed to allow districts to become back in person. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Grew, I think transparency is, I think that's the requirement of ARP right now. I mean, stakeholder input. And I am going through this process every time I spend money going, I don't want to pay it back. I don't want to be held accountable to have to give it back. So I play by the rules. I think everybody in this state, in terms of the school districts, are very, very cautious to go, how are we reacting and responding to COVID-19 pandemic? Because that is the overall, kind of that broad stroke of the money. And so salaries and benefits for my entire district, I'd have a hard time justifying that, where a person to deliver mental health services, yeah, that's a need. or remote learning opportunities for internet and hotspots. That's a need. So I think there's really specific conversations to have on how to use this money very effectively and tether it to what we already do. But the ECA is very different than this money because of their purposes. And I think the federal money has always had that caution for me is there's a lot of ropes and hoops and things for accountability and reports that we have to jump through. I don't want to pay it back and jeopardize my general fund, the money that you guys grant us to do business because I interpreted something wrong. I think that caution is very, very real.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grow, I wasn't able to make a couple of comments. I'd just like to preface my remarks. Carbon 2 is not completely unique, but fairly unique among school districts in that we have 7 different communities that we serve, or 5 different communities and 7 campuses. So we're spread out all over the place. We have an enrollment of about 610 students. So we have some unique challenges that we face with transportation, with just the fact of being distant, trying to be cohesive as a district with curriculum and standard requirements and so on. I would echo all the comments made. We're certainly willing to work together, and it makes complete sense to me. This is a unique situation, and it is a little bit of as has been mentioned, a blessing, but a little bit scary to have all this money just kind of all of a sudden given to us. This is my 45th year in public education. I've never been in a situation like this. So it's a great situation, but it's also a little scary. We have not chosen in Carbon 2 to use any of our ESSER money thus far to supplant any of our expenses. In other words, we've used it for technology upgrades. We've used it for the same audio enhancement situation that Coley was talking about for Glen Rock. So this third round, it will be a little bit of a challenge for us to wisely supplement our expenses rather than supplant. And if I'm understanding what we're talking a little bit about here is whether to grant the ECA or whether to use this ARPA money to basically supplant those expenses and maybe others. I'm certainly open to that conversation. It's a little scary knowing that it's a temporary fix, so to speak. But I do think it's certainly wise to collaborate and to talk about how we can make the best use of the money for our students. So.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Anybody else would like care to testify? Come on up. Do you miss us?
I do, Mr. Chairman, I do. That used to be my chair over there. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kathy Connolly, House District 13. I sit on the Joint Education Interim Committee right now, and there was just a couple of things I'd like to add to the discussion. And first is that as one of the obligations of JEIC is putting forth this recommendation each year, this year was different than any other year that I've sat on that committee. And the reason being, and it was alluded to with some of the previous comments, is that right now, the funding for education is below what the cost basis is. In the past, we've always had the legislative model here, we've had the cost basis here. And so when we had the ECA discussion, we had what was called legislative grace in here, that there was this difference, in fact, more money that we were giving to education than what our consultants in the cost basis said. Right now, we're slightly below. We're slightly below what that cost basis is. And so to me, that meant that we needed to take that ECA discussion much more seriously, because our obligation by the Campbell decisions is that a dollar today should be equivalent to a dollar yesterday when it comes to funding education. That's why we're obligated to, in between recalibrations, come to you and give you that recommendation. So the ECA this year is based on a whole series of indices, but is designed to keep us where we are right now, not bring us backwards. So to me, that's important, and it's important for the committee to take into account. Now, I want you to hold on to that because that's the most important element of ultimately your decision today. But of course, we had to talk about ESSER. We did, right? And in fact, that discussion has changed over the past 6 months. In fact, at one point, and school districts, close your ears, but there was certainly the hope that the state could claw back all that money, right? And the answer is no, we can't, right? It's as simple as that. No, we can't. That money is designed for something completely different, and that we as a legislature have virtually no say over that money. But one thing that hasn't been mentioned is that money, those funds that are being allocated to school districts are being done differently than the way that we allocate money to school districts. So it is not equitable in the way that we have defined equity. And that to me, again, is incredibly important. The money that the feds are allocating is based in part on Title I. And Mr. Wilmarth and Ms. Heitrick, please correct me if I screw up here, but it is different. We have a model that is the envy of most states around the nation in that we obligate equity between and among our school districts, right? One of the Campbell decisions, that a student in Sundance should have the same educational opportunities as a student in Laramie. Right? We hold that really close and dear. Honestly, the ESSER money is not being distributed like that. Okay. Okay. So I want to keep that one aside just to say that our obligation here today, or your obligation and what JEIC did, is our obligation towards the ECA. Right? We know that we have an obligation for a cost basis that is done equitably. And the recommendation that you see before you is that, honestly. I just have one other point, because it was Chairman Nicholas. You asked the question to Mr. Wilmarth, will we get in trouble with the MOE if we don't grant the ECA? And the answer was, I think, truthfully, no. But I'd like to switch it around and say, does granting the ECA help with our MOE obligations? And I believe the answer to that is yes. And that goes back to the complicated discussion from this morning with talking about kind of the federal swap that we're doing right now with the Department of Corrections, the possibility of doing it with the Department of Health and DOT, right? And what that will mean in our obligations in terms of funding education. If we grant the ECA, which we should, right? Or else we're going to go below that cost basis by a whole lot more. Will be in a more difficult situation in order to meet our MOE obligations. We grant the ECA, we've put a little bit more money into education, so making our MOE obligations much easier. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So I was with you until the very end,
Okay.
Representative Connolly. And so actually I'm wondering, because what we have is just what you said, the federal money is allocated differently than the state model, significantly different. And so actually the more that we fund in any one school district through an ECA would seem to me to exacerbate the imbalance between that, because you've just got more money at stake. And so the differences are going to be enhanced, not remediated.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I mean, that's a really good point. And I'll be honest with you, I, like many people and others in this room, have had conversations with the feds. And honestly, they did not understand how Wyoming allocates money, right? We are pretty unique. I mean, Hawaii is out there too because they have a unified school district, but our obligations for equity between and among our districts is something that they had never, right, contemplated. Because virtually every other place is done on property taxes and only property taxes. And so because of that, I don't believe that we have the problem that you're talking about, that I don't believe that we'll be in more trouble because of it. And in fact, again, I think that we'll be in less trouble when it comes to those MOEs. Now, this is all, we don't know the answer in the same way as the answer to the Representative Nicholas's question is, if we don't grant the ECA, are we okay? The answer is yes. I think that we are in fact in a better position if we grant it in terms of, and this goes to Senator Garu's, when we talk about the entire state and all of our agencies, departments, and what it is we want to do with the federal money, I think we're in a better position.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any else? Any other testimony? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll close public testimony. Do we have anyone?
We do have one person,
Okay.
Mr. DeCaria.
Oh, okay, bring Ken on. Welcome, Ken.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Ken DeCaria. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Wyoming School Boards Association. And I think I'm going to be brief. I think you've already heard a majority of the testimony that I was going to say. One thing I would like to remind the committee, though, Mr. Chairman, is that the process you're talking about now is the state allocation of resources. You know, I know the federal money complicates and changes some of that discussion, but from the Supreme Court rulings, you know, it was pretty clear what they said was that education has to be cost-based and that it has to be adjusted for the effects of inflation, or else you're going to come out of that cost basis for your educational model. And Mr. Chairman, I know you didn't go through the reports in this particular meeting, but you did before. And if you looked at, you know, Dr. Stoddard's materials, you can see that we are losing ground as far as hiring teachers and teacher salaries. And Mr. Chairman, a point that has always stuck with me is, I know it's easy, we talk about actual salaries in Wyoming, but I think you have to remember that the legislature does not fund those salaries. They have a model salary that is less than what actually gets paid. School districts make up the difference between those two salaries. And so that changes, you know, the discussion. And Mr. Chairman, the other part I think that I want to say is that we know that COVID is making it hard to hire teachers in general, and that teacher shortage is getting worse. It's not getting better. And so if we come out of that advantage that we've had for a while as far as hiring teachers, I think it's going to make the problem worse. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think the external cost adjustment is just in order to adjust for the effects of inflation. And Mr. Chairman, why I believe education added in the additional amount was that because recalibration that didn't pass, the recalibration bill, there was no adjustment, and some of those adjustments that had been granted in the past for ECA went by the wayside. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ken? Okay, seeing none. Anybody else? Okay, one last time here. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close public comment. So Don, walk us through Don's not here, is he? There he is. Just walk us through the process, Don. We have to make a recommendation of some sort.
Mr. Chairman, statute obligates or directs the Joint Appropriations Committee to make a recommendation by November 1st to the governor. This is an action of the committee. It seems to fall under the rules of a non-bill, which means a simple majority of the total membership would suffice.
Okay, do we have any motions? Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going off the letter that was submitted to us from the Joint Education Committee, I would move to forward a recommendation to the governor for the increases in energy and educational materials as described in the letter.
And that's 6.9 million, I believe.
I believe that is the
Is that
correct
for a year or
number.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
Pardon? Each year.
Yeah, it's, yeah, per year, 6.9 million per year.
Correct. That is my understanding.
That's just the
I said,
supplies and how much is the?
excuse me, Mr. Chair. I thought I said. So I'm getting questions from all sides. If I may, to make it clear, is for materials, the educational materials and the energy, $6.9 million both years.
Go ahead.
So I believe if I understood it correctly, the annual amount for energy was 3.2 and supplies was an additional 6.9. That would come up to 10.1 on an annual basis. If
Hang on. I defer to the vice chairman. He is correct. The numbers I see here are, yes, so the total for the energy and the supplies combined will be 20.2 for 2 years.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Discussion,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
given in light of the testimony that we just received from the WEA and some of the superintendents, I just curious as the wisdom of picking 2 items out of the model when we had testimony that says, well, it goes into a block grant. And certainly some districts are not going to spend it on energy and materials. They may spend it on something else. So it begs to me the question is, why are we picking something out there when the districts have just testified before us that they very well may not follow for energy and materials? So just pick an arbitrary number and throw it out there, because what we know is because of the block grant component, you may have one district that spends more than we've allocated for energy, AKA carbon 2 might be one of those candidates. And yet another district may not spend $1 more on energy than what they currently are because of the block grant. So I just don't understand, and maybe you can explain the wisdom to me of picking 2 components and saying we're going to fund those, when in reality, they may not even be expended for that purpose. So just an explanation, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I mean, Senator Hicks, I appreciate your remark, but we do a block grant. That is how we fund K-12 education. And we recognize that there will be what we call local control in each district and how they spend that block grant. But the way we compute what that block grant consists of is all the individual components of the model are calculated on a cost-based model. So I agree, conceivably they won't spend it, but we still need to appropriate it accordingly.
Mr. Chairman. And I understand it after sitting through a year of recalibration of how the model's funded and how it works and all that stuff. The question is, why would we pick those 2 out and just say that's the number, when in fact they won't reflect reality in any component because we're funding the model, but it's spent as a block grant. So what I want is the rationale as to why the 10.1 million. Why don't we just say it's indexed for inflation or some other reason? We know costs have gone up. I just don't understand the rationale of picking those 2 out and say that's the appropriate number that we should be funding. And understand the funding model pretty well. I just don't understand the rationale of why picking those 2 out. If we operate under the model, we would say, well, we're going to pick all of them because that's the true cost of the district. So we need to fund all of that stuff. So just picking 1 or 2 and saying, well, that's the number doesn't resonate with me as having any rational basis. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, not sure that
Well,
there is
I-
an explanation.
I
for
could take
that.
15 minutes and give you rationale, but it's already too late in the day. Okay, do we have any other discussion?
This is just a draft of bills.
This is just a recommendation that goes from us to the governor's office.
Oh.
Isn't that correct, Don? It goes in the form of a letter or how's it?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It would be in the form of a letter to Governor Gordon.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. I don't know if I'd amend that if the bringer of the recommendation is willing to reduce that to an annual amount of 10.1. And my rationale is those are energy and those are impacts, and Senator Hicks is correct. We could pick an apple from the tree and throw it, and whichever pig gets it, gets it. But at the end of the day, we recognize that it's energy and supplies that are a constant, that have an increase in costs, and we're trying to address that component. We realize they can use it however they want, but I would base that recommendation on that rationale, however valid that rationale may be to others here.
Is there a second for that amendment? I'll second it.
I believe the good vice chairman is asking if that is friendly.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that friendly?
Yeah. I can look around the room and I might as well make it friendly rather than force a vote.
Okay, it's a friendly amendment. So it's been amended to only
Mr. Chairman,
provide it for 1 year, not.
question for clarification on the amendment as presented. My understanding is I'm asking, is this 10.1 million for 1 year only? Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Any
Mr.
further
Chairman.
discussion on the amended motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
So if that's for 1 year, are you designating, is it the first year or the second year of the biennium?
It would be the first year of the biennium.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Question being called. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. That motion carries. You want to see a hand vote, just so everyone else stands for vote? Okay, I think that's all we need to do for today for the ECA. Is that correct? Anything else? Okay, it's 2:47. Let's reconvene at 3 o'clock and we'll let folks clear out and let the.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. So we're not going to have any conversation on the second component of the recommendation?
Nope.
So I thought,
For those, apparently we've got folks out in the hall. For those who want to hear, that are standing out in the hall, we've got an extra room, which is the Supreme Court, old Supreme Court building, which is right across the hall. Yeah, that room right across the hall. And there's an upstairs and downstairs there, but it's on video, kind of like right here on the wall. So those that want to listen in on our deliberations here. For all the folks that are going to testify, we're going to pass around a sign-up sheet so we can, that way we can facilitate and it'll speed up hopefully some of the testimony that as it comes through. Anything else, Don? So welcome, everybody. Appreciate your presence and we appreciate your written comments that we received. And so with that, so on the agenda today, Don, primarily is we're going to walk through the computations that we've put together and where we're at with that. Is that fair? On our bill draft, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm David Swindell, the Director of the Wyoming Retirement System. The draft bill still has X's in it, so we can certainly walk through the computations, and we have our actuaries standing by in the waiting room.
Well, and just tell us what your table is and how it works so that everyone can understand.
The tool, Mr. Chairman?
Correct.
One of the things that we have done and provided the working group as well as members of the committee, and we did update this tool recently. The tool is an Excel spreadsheet that allows policymakers to introduce various options to fix the fire A problem. The recent updates include a new interactive dialog box that allows a allocation of the fire insurance premium tax. Right now, that tax goes to the volunteer fund, but there was a request to analyze what would happen to the volunteer fund if part of that money was allocated to the fire A issue. The dialog box populates an additional column that's included in the new updated tool. In addition, the draft bill envisions a loan to the legacy employers that would be paid back over a period of years. And so the updated tool has a column to model that explicitly and then has another additional tab to illustrate how the payback would work for the 9 legacy employers.
Okay, and so just in generalities, in order to walk us, just reacquaint us with what the current deficit is, what we need to make up and how, in order to bring the fund whole.
In present value terms, the present deficit is approximately $154 million. The actual amount to fund the plan to its projected lifespan is about $220 some million, but there still is some investment corpus. So the unfunded amount is about another 154. That's also displayed on the front page of the model in the updated version. And so to give you, some semblance of what's required in the end, it's going to probably require a multitude of answers. There isn't a single one tool that's likely to solve the problem, as I think you pointed that out before, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, questions for David? Any questions? So why don't you give us an example of plugging numbers into this formula? And if I wonder if it's possible that we can put it up on a screen so folks can see it.
Polly's going to do that for us. Thank you, Polly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we seem to be having a little technical difficulty. I'll get that as soon as I can.
Yeah, it'll take probably a bit.
Karen, if we want, maybe it'd be easier for one of our online participants to do it. We have our actuaries online. I think Paul Wood could share a screen.
You want to try that?
If I can give that a shot here.
Hi, Paul.
Good afternoon. All right, let's see if we can get this to work here.
For folks in the room, the voice you're listening to is Paul Wood. He's the lead actuary from Gabriel Roeder Smith, our consulting actuaries out of their Denver office.
So while he gets that up and running, Dave, if you will, just, we added one more component to this. And that was use of the insurance premium tax. Just for sort of the folks are here and just to explain what that is and what our discussions are and how that might assist us.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. One of the other products that we provided in the updated package to the committee was a analysis by Gabriel Roeder Smith of the fire insurance premium tax allegation. This is a tax on fire insurance policies, and presently it is 100% allocated to the volunteer pension fund. The flow is about $5 million a year. Therefore, a 20% increment is about $1 million a year. The volunteer plan is presently 76% funded, but with this revenue stream, it is projected to reach 100% funding in 2028, about 7 years from now. An 80% allocation to the volunteer plan and a 20% allocation to Fire A would still result in full funding for the volunteer fund in 2030, about 9 years from now. A 60% allocation to volunteer and 40% to Fire A is full funding for the volunteer fund in 2034, about 13 years from now. One of the observations that we had with the actuary is that it is somewhat problematic to take revenue from a plan that's only 76% funded and rely on projections. So in addition to all these other analysis, the actuaries provided an analysis of waiting until the volunteer plan was fully funded in 2028 and then diverting the revenue. And they gave an example of 30% or $1.5 million. It'd be 1.7 million by that point because there is a growth factor to this revenue stream. And this approach has some merit. You know, $1 or $2 million a year doesn't help Fire A very much when their payout is about 1.4 million per month. But looking further out, you can see that having an ongoing revenue source into Fire A is helpful in stabilizing the fund, and one can take more from the volunteer fund if you wait. So that's a policy option. The interactive dialog box allows not only to put in a percentage, but also when you want it to start.
Okay, so the way that this works is if you plug in various numbers across the board, if it doesn't, to get to fully funded, it tells you when you need to be or when you've got enough money raised in it, correct?
Well, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So, and it has the variables of employer contribution, state contribution, reduction in benefits in certain categories, and the fire premium tax. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, any questions about this particular program or the use of it?
Mr. Chair, would it make sense for me to walk through just a quick example of
Sure.
what we have? Okay.
Yeah.
I think that I've got it, I've got the Zoom pulled up on my phone too, so I think you can see the entire screen. But if you can't, let me know, I can move around. But we've got a couple of things. So this is kind of our base case that we've all seen plenty of times. And we draw our attention to this row 11 here, which shows us that, as Dave mentioned, about $150 million unfunded liability as of January 1, 2022. So this currently assumes a 3% compound COLA, 100% joint and survivor benefit to all of our future survivors, and then also no benefit reduction We have some additional parameters down the side here. These were parameters that we've had in the tool for a while. So when to start employer contributions, change in the discount rate, and then just what, if we wanted to solve this thing today, what would we need to put into the fund on January 1, 2022? The new piece here is this premium tax input. And I think as David just mentioned, the volunteer fire plan in the EMTs, the fire rescue, are expected to be 100% funded somewhere in the neighborhood of 2028, assuming the 100% premium tax allocation. And right now that's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $5 million. And so part of the thinking here was, could at some point, either immediately or after that plan becomes fully funded, to potentially move some of that premium allocation into Fire A to maybe bridge the gap between where we are potentially today with a combination of that Treasury loan, state contributions, and a reduction in the COLA. So one of the items that we know of is out there is turning the COLA off. And so that takes that $150 million unfunded amount down to about $94 million. And then if the state were to contribute, and I'm just going to obviously not tied to anything, but just numbers to show an example here, $50 million. If the Treasury were to loan our employers approximately $20 million. And if we were to reallocate, let's say 40% of that premium allocation tax beginning in the year 2028, you can see that it buys us a significant amount of time, and we actually don't run out of assets until the year 2046. But also at that point, our benefit payments are much lower in that neighborhood. And so if we're to bump this up to maybe 50%, that would be enough to put us over the top. And so that's what the tool is doing. Obviously, if we have more contributions initially, that would help. That would reduce the need for the allocation to the premium tax at some point in the future. But the thinking again here is that maybe this is a way to bridge that gap between where we stand today with a lump sum contribution and our COLA reductions, and getting to that 100% point at some time in the future.
Paul, this is Dave. The numbers are a little small for the people in the room. So first of all, there's another column far on the left that's the year. And right now it's not really displaying that, just so you know. I mean, it's far on the left. There you go. And then the amount that is necessary to fully fund the plan was 154 million, and now it's 97 with the entries that you put in, 97 million. Because I don't think most people in the room can see that. I'm having a hard time because it's on a small screen for me. But basically, that's about where we are, Mr. Chairman. One thing on the volunteer premium tax. Again, the volunteer fund is not really a traditional pension fund because it's not based on wages. It's not really designed to replace a percentage of your income because there is no income. These are volunteers. Instead, it's a stipend to encourage recruitment and especially retention of volunteer firefighters in our smaller communities in the state. And it does rely upon some sort of subsidy in order to stay solvent. It has to have about 40% allocation to it, otherwise it gets into trouble itself. So I think your room for maneuver on the committee is somewhere between 40% and 100%. In other words, you can take up to 60% if I'm saying that right. Paul, is there anything else you have to add on the premium tax? Have I got that right?
I think you've got that correct, Dave. And again, we take money away from one plan. It's once we reach 100% funded, we think that's a really reasonable approach. Obviously the other approach would be to take that money immediately, and then that would extend the point at which we'd see fully funding in the volunteer plan. So those are kind of the two decision points with this particular input on that premium tax allocation.
And then Paul, in the model that you've got up right now, can you scroll up a little bit to show when it gets to 100% funding? Because it's not quite displaying on the small screen.
Certainly. So there we go, 2051.
Right, so it stays below 100% up to there, but in 2051, about 30 years from now, you should be 100% funded if all these projections hold. And from that point, it frankly grows a little bit with a little bit of safety margin. But one should not expect to be 100% funded immediately with this kind of construction.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
couple questions. It's all predicated on a 7% return, and so I don't necessarily know, being on CATFin, that that's a realistic projection, at least in the short term. So I worry about that 7% return on that investment. But the question I have, Director Swindell, is when you said that the other plan would be okay, I'm worried about what the definition of okay is. And so is that 100% actuarially? So what's the percentage if we took 60% of the pension tax and put it in this program? Does that still leave the other volunteer plan at 100% actuarially sound? So where's that put us as a percent of actuarially soundness?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, both good questions. I'll answer the second one first. It depends upon when you take it. If you were to take it at year 2028, they're already 100% funding, and approximately a 40% stream remaining would allow them to stay at 100% funding. With some risk, because as you point out, it all depends upon achieving all of these actuarial assumptions. And 7% return is a long-term average. In fact, the board is examining that now in a experience study. And there is a good body of evidence that suggests that while 7% will remain within a reasonable realm, and it is a policy option, the board may be advised to go a little lower, about 6.8. One of the things that the model and the tool can do is Paul can put in 6.8 instead of 7, and then you'll see that, well, it doesn't look quite as good. And Paul, why don't you go ahead and do that and demonstrate that for all of us?
Well, while he's doing that, every time I look at my retirement stuff and I make an investment in that, it always says past performance doesn't guarantee future returns. So there's always a risk of looking at a data set going back, and we don't have the luxury of a crystal ball. So, that begs the definition of a conservative approach moving forward to make sure that we don't have to change expectations for anybody.
Right. Well, Paul's got it populated. What does that do to us, Paul? Can you?
So
where are we at
push
in 2053?
2053, correct. So it would push that date back a couple of years. And I think to the senator's point, when we think about this assumption, this 6.8 or 7.0% assumption, we are doing our best to not look at past performance. We rely on forward-looking investment consultant expectations to set that rate. So those expectations are informed to some extent by past performance, but it's not strictly saying we're going to revert to some mean and everything's going to be back to where it was 10 years ago or so. So it's certainly that is a form of risk. Going down to 6.8 takes some risk off the table, but right now in the public sector, anywhere between 6.5% and 7% is really the norm, and is what most plans are assuming.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up question regarding that. What's your standard deviation? What's your confidence when you get out to 2053? I don't know, when I took statistics, they always taught me the further you project past your last data point, the higher probability is you're going to be wrong. So what's your confidence level on those type of returns when we get out 20, 25 years based on your forward-looking models?
Yep. So typically we're looking at returns that, if let's say our median return is that 6.8% return. Right. So that means 50% of the time we expect to be above that point, 50% or below that point. If we look at, say the 25th to the 75th percentile, we expect that 20-year return could be somewhere between, say 3% and 9 or 10%. And so it's a pretty big range. But as you get further out, the range typically starts to tighten somewhat. It's really in those initial years where we start to see a tremendous amount of volatility, and standard deviation for a plan like this is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 12%. So meaning in any given year, 2/3 of our outcomes could be plus or minus 10% or 12% from that median expectation.
So, Mr. Chairman, one follow-up for Director Swindell. When we get out to 2053, what's the projection on how many pensioners we'll have?
Senator Hicks, there is a tab in the model for that, and Paul is going to display that for us. And we think by 2053, there'll be 54 pensioners remaining. I believe 13 of those will be retired firefighters, and 41 of those will be spousal survivors.
Someone raise their hand. Lights will come back on. There we go.
Map time.
And Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I can have Paul populate 6.5%.
Okay.
And you can see how sensitive the model is to that. And you can also populate it with individual returns. You can say, let's have a good year this year, but have a bad year 2 years from now and see the impact, because as Senator Hicks pointed out, order does matter. Good years initially on earn you enough money to survive some downturns later on, versus losing money early on, and then the gains don't help you as much. So what we got was 6.5. Does that still work, Paul?
It does not. It tends to not work. That's a pretty big difference. And so if we were to miss our target by approximately 0.5% every year for the next 20 years, then we would not end up being fully funded.
But it does buy you still quite a bit of time. Notice that assets don't go to zero until the beginning of, or they'll actually run out in 2046. You'll start 2047 with zero assets, the way this model works.
Mm-hmm.
And
then the other item,
presumably if, additional policy actions could be taken before that. So just so you know kind of how this does work, Senator Hicks, you have a very good understanding of this.
Chairman,
Please go ahead.
could I run a scenario? Could Paul do that for me? So if we had 40 million on the state side with a $15 million loan to the city, so that'd be 55, but 40 from the state, 15 as a loan, or the cities would get that treasury stuff if we stop the COLAs. Use let's go 40% of the premium tax and a 5% reduction in benefits. Where does that put us?
all right, so we've got 15 million coming from employers, 40 million from the state, 0% COLA, 5% benefit reduction, 40% allocation beginning in 2028.
No,
This year, 2020.
Immediately, got it.
Yep, 2022.
And for the investment return,
7.
place it at 7, Paul.
So we would achieve that full funding by 2053 as well, based on this model.
So question, Mr. Chairman, within the model, what is the most sensitive, I'll use the word sensitive, to getting us to an actual, is it the investment return, or is it the original contribution? Is it a reduction in the COLA or an elimination of the COLA? Which one of them? I think I know, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to ask.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I'll give you my answer, and Paul might have the same answer, but it's pretty close between the impactfulness of the one-time money up front and then the long-term investment return. Although the reduction in the COLA is also a certainty and has impact further out, that's quite a bit. Solves about 1/3 of the full problem. It just doesn't bite right away.
Mr. Chairman, Paul, would you concur with that?
So for the most part, I would. You think about the 0% COLA takes away about 1/3 of that $150 million issue that we're dealing with now. So that's pretty significant. What becomes a main driver here is after this money is deposited into the plan, what do those actual returns, how does that actually play out? And that's going to be the big determinant as to whether or not we'll see these results. So once the money's in there, pretty much all that's left is how long are people going to live, and then what are our actual investment returns going to look like?
So Senator Hicks, in the end, to kind of summarize that, I think the biggest driver, other than the COLA, which is a long-term thing, doesn't help you much in the near term. It's the investment results. But the investment results are a combination of the investment corpus, the one-time money, and the rate you earn on it.
So Paul, let's go back to your assumptions that, and I want to alter the numbers that Representative Larson put in there.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go back and we said the state contributed 55 million and the employer 20 million, and we did 40% of the tax, how does that, and we still eliminate the COLA, we don't reduce the benefits, what's that look like?
So that moves us up significantly. Let me just double check my inputs here. So we've got 55 from the state, 20 from employers, no COLA, no benefit reduction, 40% of the allocation beginning in 2022. And then we reach full funded by 2037.
Shows the power of an additional $5 million up front, right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's correct. That money up front makes a big difference later on.
And I think was almost 20 million more than the last scenario.
When did I say? Just a second.
Okay, any more questions for Paul or for Peter?
So I do have one more question. Chairman, so if on this last one where you moved the 40% of the insurance premium over, what does that do to the volunteer? What's the funding? Where does that leave us in full funding? How many years out is full funding for volunteer fire?
I have the answer to that when we find it. So in this situation, we're going to move 40% to Fire A and retain 60% for volunteer, correct?
Correct.
Find the right column here. The plan still achieves, the volunteer fund still achieves 100% funding in 2034.
So it's 11 years.
Mm-hmm. And it would continue to grow modestly by 2041, 20 years from now. It could be at 121% if all the assumptions are met. That might get you into a COLA range for the volunteer plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. So just for the members committee, the last two examples, Senator Hicks had 55 of state. The example I used was 40. So there's a 15 million there, right?
I think the original was 50. You took it.
Did you, I used 40, you used 55, right?
Yeah, but I think the original one, Mr. Chairman, that they showed was 50 and 20.
I know.
I reduced it to 20 and 40 and 15. So I just went back to the original and said that's 5.
Oh, okay.
Five, it's only 5 million more than the original presentation.
I thought you was comparing it to the one that I had done. That's where I screwed up. Thanks.
Okay, any more questions? It's seeing none. We'll open this up to public comment. So whoever likes to come up and testify. Don's bringing the list. Why don't you get ready? Whoever wants to come first. Pat, come on up. Got 10 on the list here, folks, just so you know. Pat, do you want to go first or last? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there's been some debate about where all these folks stand. So I attempted, as well as I could, to communicate with all the current retirees and the widows drawing benefits. So we tried to email and mail all of them. I received 117 responses. Out of those 117 responses, about 79% said they were okay with doing away with the yearly benefit increase that's currently provided by statute. I also asked the question, would you be willing to take a benefit decrease from your current payments? Only 2% of the respondents said they were willing to do so. That was 3 responses out of 110. And then I asked, are you willing to allow me to convey your answers to these questions to the JAC? And I received 111 responses that I could. So just to go back, 79% of the people that responded said they were okay with doing away with the yearly benefit increase, or COLA as we kind of refer to it as. 2%, only 2% or 3 people said they were willing to take a benefit decrease, and I'm here conveying that information. I will tell you that I believe the firefighters and the retired, the spouses drawing benefits are uniformly opposed to any type of benefit decrease. And I will tell you that I think that's morally and legally wrong to do so. I think that could buy you a very successful lawsuit by these firefighters if you decrease their vested retirement benefits. It's not your fault. It's prior legislatures and horrible mismanagement by the Wyoming retirement system caused this $148 million problem. $154 million problem. We could have solved it for probably about 40 million back in 2014, but the legislature did not pass that bill. I heard 2 critical things today I just want to point out. You know, Mr. Wood, I believe is his name, the actuary who was testifying on behalf of the retirement system, said just reducing the COLA does away with about 1/3 of the problem. So I would urge this committee to do that. I think that's a rational, I may not be popular with all these folks behind me, but that's a rational, reasonable solution to take. It's just part of the solution. I also heard, you know, in response to Senator Hicks's question, if you throw another $5 million at this beyond what the initial calculation was that was shown. So if the state were to contribute 55 million, you loan the cities 20 million, you do away with the COLA, this fund and no benefit decreases, this fund becomes actuarially sound in 2053. You know, and I've done this for a while with regard to these clients. The term actuarially funded is in the eye of the beholder. It varies from person to person. Is that 100%? Is that 85%? Is that 92%? Is that 75%? So there's no magic in that term. I mean, we're looking to be able to provide benefits to these folks behind me until they die. Hope they have a long and fruitful life, but that's the idea we should keep in mind, not actuarially funded. I think the rates of return at 7% is kind of crazy, but that's what we say. And I know that's what the retirement board has said. So put more money up front so we avoid that vagary and we're not back here. You know, a different set of legislators is not here in 15 or 20 years having to deal with this problem again. So I would hope that this committee would
very seriously consider solving this problem without cutting benefits that these people are currently receiving. And those would be my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But I'll yield the rest of the time to the folks behind me who have real world stories to tell you.
Great. Okay. Any questions for Pat? Appreciate it, Pat. Okay, next, you can come up in any order. I've got Todd Coleman, Bob Simons, and Pauline Brown. And after that, Dean Nesbitt. Welcome. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. My name is Todd Coleman. I'm kind of new to this, so please bear with me. Mr. Chairman, it's good to be here. I want to thank you for the opportunity I have to talk. My name is Todd Coleman. My father was a fireman. My mother is a widow on the program. She will soon be passing and you won't have to worry about her anymore. I want to talk to you about these honorable men behind me. I am grateful for their dedication to service. When the bell rang, they got up 2, 3 in the morning, got on the truck. They didn't know where they were going. They went to the fire, they went to the accident, they fixed the problem, and they moved on. They didn't do it 40% of the time. They didn't do it 60% of the time. They did it 100% of the time. They put money into this fund. My father put money into the fund every month, thinking this is not going to go anywhere. Fortunately, it has. I have to thank the legislature for that. The firemen, the ones that I've talked to, they don't refer to it as a COLA. They refer to it as a benefit that was assured to them when they negotiated their contracts. The firemen worked hard for all that they've done and all they've accomplished. These men are great men. The widows of the men, you have to remember what the schedule was for these firemen. They worked 24 hours a day, they were off at 8, and then they went back. And they did that either 3 or 4 days out of the week. So they were gone quite a bit of the time. The wives, the widows, usually stayed home with their family. They couldn't really work because they didn't have the opportunity to do so because of their schedule. They deserve the 100% that you gave them. I think it was in 2001. Ladies and gentlemen of this commission, like I said, these are great men behind me. When the bell rings, will you stand up for them and vote to fund this pension? They deserve that. I have nothing to do with the pension. My mother does. When she's gone, that's it. But I tell you, these men and women behind me deserve the money that's owed to them. And I yield back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions for Tom? Next to Bob Simons. Simmons or Simons?
I'm Bob Simmons from Sheridan. I would like to concur. I've met with the retirees in Sheridan. I can concur with their feelings are the same as what Mr. Crank had just said. They have asked me to represent them in these meetings and stuff, but we can concur, like I said, with what Mr. Crank had. What I have to say is in 1981, in the legislation, and I have done the complete history of every chapter since 1981 on this for 15.5.201 through 210. In section 202, And this is missing in all of the information in the front of the bills, everything else. The account shall be administered by the board through the director. The board has full custody and control of the account with full power over its administration. The state examiner shall make an annual audit of the account and the receipts thereto and the disbursements therefrom and report his findings to the governor and legislature. That was A. Subsection C said the board is empowered to invest all account monies not immediately necessary for disbursements in any of the securities and any amounts authorized by Wyoming Statute 95224. What I can say is I have also, and thanks you, Director Swindell, has provided me with the funding ratios since 1981. In 1981, the funding ratio was 5.1%. The change was made in 1981 and we created Plan B. During that time, what they did is the legislature in 1981 appropriated $3,090,000 to the account, $1 million to WS 155210 and $2,090,000 to statutes 155401 through 422. This went along here until 1997. Until 1996, which is in which time they ended all contributions. They ended the contributions from the firemen, from the employers, and from the state. They repealed 155201, which was the state's contribution to the account. In 1997, when the pension was at 121.65% funded, they raised the pension from 50 to 55 with 1% per year over 20 to a maximum of 60%. They repealed in 1997 the fire insurance tax, which was just discussed here because it was going to the Plan A before. In 2000, they went from 55% to 57.5%. It was funded at 138.71% at that time. The next year was 134.83%. And they moved it up to 75%. And in 2001, they did the surviving spouse equal the monthly benefit of the fireman. In 2004 is when they added the 3%, and it was still at 109.23%. Since then, as we look today, it is now at 37.95% funded. In 2014, there was a bill that would have fixed this. I asked Director Swindell, and he said, if that would have passed in 2014, we would be on our way to being 100% funded today. So what I'm looking at here, from my point of view, is we ought to be looking at the 2014 bill as a start. And so far we haven't filled in any blanks. Nothing has been done on the bill. But I also believe that the new bill needs to state what is in 155202, which says who has the responsibility. And I do not want to say anything about the current administration because they're the ones that have received this problem from past administrations. But that's where we're sitting. If that would have passed, and it's really disappointing that it passed the House of Representatives. It had, let's see here, 52 ayes, 6 nays, 1 excused, and 1 conflict, which happened to be a Plan A retiree. Went to the Senate Appropriations Bill Committee. We had our hearing. I sat in there in 2014. I watched the Senate Appropriations Chairman state that he did not believe this bill was going to be needed. Stock market was going to change around. So he slid back and put it in the desk drawer, and that's where it ended. That kept 29 other senators from voting on that bill. Who knows? Would it have passed? Don't know. But if it would have, we wouldn't be here today. So that's where I sit with this one. And when we get to another one, I'll have other comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. We appreciate your comments. Pauline, next.
Old great grandma, and I'm still raising kids, but I've been a widow at a young age. My husband died at 59 from emphysema, and I was only 55. But then my daughter, everybody decided to have kids, and but I'm going to tell you something what my husband told me. He said he knew he was dying, you know, and you cry. These women here, they all know. He says, Slim, he says, he always called me Slim. He never, but when he was mad, he called me Pauline. But anyway, I'm sure you don't want to know about that. But anyway, he was 59 and it was a month before he died. He says, Slim, I'm going to tell you something. He says, you're only 55. And he says, you should go out. If you want to find another man, he said, that's all right. Because he says, I won't be here. But he said, I'm going to tell you a secret. You get married again, you ain't going to have my pension. He said, because you're not going to take care of another man on my money. Well, I didn't have time to go look for a man because I had to raise 3 regular grandkids. And when my daughter decided to go to be a respiratory therapist, so I had 3 kids. So when them girls got big enough, I started getting great grandkids. I have 8 great grandkids and I'm still raising babies. And I didn't do anything because let me tell you about the firefighters. My husband was a firefighter. He got his job on my brother's birthday. My brother was a fireman too. On January the 9th, 1963. And we worked 24 on and 24 off. And let me tell you a secret. To this day, I am 82 years old and I still up at the crack of dawn like I'm taking care of a firefighter. But thank God for TV. You know, at first I didn't have TV. But I know from myself, I have no experience because I was always a volunteer worker doing everything. The PTA, do you think that you got any money when you did anything for the PTAs? So where in the heck you going to work? Some of us, I'd have to tell you the truth. I'd have to get out. I don't know if I probably could because I'm a mouthpiece, but I don't know what, and I'm sure some of these women can't get out and work. We'd have to clean rooms or wait on tables. Could you see an old lady like me and some of these ladies here going out? So I'm hoping that you don't forget us old ladies, because us old ladies, those firemen ain't the only one that did the work. Us old ladies did it too. I remember watching those turnout coats. I'd go down in the basement, he'd be upstairs. One time I locked him out of the house. You know, I thought, well, I'm not going to fall asleep. You
On
know,
purpose?
And I fell asleep. And let me tell you, he was getting ready to go get an axe to bust the bloody door, but I opened it. And he says, Slim, if you didn't open that, he said, I would have he would have broke. He looked like a popsicle stand in there because it was in the winter time. So, I mean, these ladies, I know from a fireman's wife, they work their butts just as much as those men did. So they're just as, in fact, I believe we're just as important as the firefighters, because without us old ladies behind them, and they wouldn't been the firefighters they were. And they're a lot better than a lot of these young ones they got. Those were the best. Well, I guess I made everybody laugh, but I mean, that's how I feel. So, and I'm sure these old ladies behind me, and I can call them old because I'm old. They don't care, but I'm sure we can't go out and work, but maybe we'll go to welfare, but so you guys think twice, because we worked with those firefighters and we helped them get where they was. It was these ladies that stayed behind these guys.
Thank you,
So,
Pauline. We appreciate your comment.
all right,
Very
and thank
good.
you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for Pauline.
No, please don't.
Pauline, before you go, Pauline, I do have one question for you before you go.
What?
So we know what your husband called you when he was mad. What did you call him
Hey,
when
let
you
me
were
tell
mad?
you, when he was, I knew when he was mad. He called me by my first name.
What'd you call
Pauline.
him?
He always called, see, I met my husband when I was 17 years old. I was a senior in high school, but I didn't marry him till I was 19. And when he got mad at me then, he'd always call me Pauline. So I always knew when I was in trouble, he'd call me by my first name.
All right, thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, Pauline. Patty?
No, Karen.
Karen, okay, go ahead, Karen.
Okay, my husband served at the Laramie Fire Department for 20 years. He went to bat for the widows, the fire retirees, because like he told them at this union meeting one night, every one of you swinging will be retiring. You want this money. He says he worked his butt off, excuse my French. So I would have a place to live, money to survive on. Firemen do not pay Social Security. My husband worked a second job all the time, so he would have a little bit coming in. I get $745 worth of Social Security a month. Out of that $745, I have a $600 car payment. That would leave me $145 to live on if you canceled part or all of my pension. So please don't. There's other people that, just like me, that are in the same boat. Just like Slim said, we need our money. The retirees need their money. So please don't take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Patty Waddell, and my husband Larry Waddell was a firefighter for the city of Cheyenne for 35 years. He had come from the Marine Corps before the fire department. When he retired, he was assistant chief. He passed away 10 years ago of a massive heart attack in our bed and was on life support for 6 days before we let him go. Firefighting, as you know, is a very hazardous career. And all of these men will tell you, though, that it is worth it. These people are so dedicated. It's just, it was never just a job for them. It was serving the community. Larry and I built our home in the county, which was 31 years ago, so that we could have all of our kids and grandkids there. And I have 3 kids and 17 grandkids and great grandkids. And so all of the gatherings are usually at my house. And without the pension, I won't be able to keep that home up. It's just getting older and older every year, and it's me alone trying. Well, I have grandkids to help, but still, it's really hard. And to lose the pension would really be devastating. So just like everyone else here, I ask that you would please consider keeping the pension for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. We appreciate your comments. Okay, we've got Dean Nesbitt. Guy is here. Whenever you're ready, Guy. So folks, you can come and get ready so we can go quickly. And then Jane Lessinger and Patrick Collins. Patrick Collins, yeah, just that way we can go bing, bing, bing. Go ahead, Guy.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Guy Cameron, and I'm a Plan A retiree. I appreciate your leadership in opening these discussions for Plan A pension. And I also appreciate the opportunity today to provide some comments and some perspective, my perspective on the Plan A pension. I was a firefighter for the city of Cheyenne for 32.5 years. I started my career with the Cheyenne Fire Department in October of 1977. and I retired in the spring of 2010. I took an oath when I was 19 years old to become a firefighter. And like every firefighter on Plan A, they took that same oath to protect their community and at great risk. And if necessary, they would sacrifice their life for another, to save another. And that is important for you to know, that that's what that oath meant to me and to every firefighter that is here today. And the compensation, I was compensated like every other firefighter that's here today to put my life on the line to protect my community every time that bell rang. That's what I was getting paid to do. It is my perspective that the Plan A pension and the benefits are constitutionally and statutorily provided for. That plan includes a defined benefit guarantee of a monthly retirement that was earned and made in good faith with those respective political subdivisions under the laws of Wyoming and the Wyoming Constitution. Administratively, the fiduciary responsibility to manage the long-term sustainability and the investment protection of this plan, well, that responsibility rests with the plan's provider. I think it's worth noting that the Wyoming retirement system has supported and it has boasted about the strategy of a three-legged stool that establishes the framework for a solid financial foundation for retirement purposes. And that three-legged stool is a pension, personal savings, and Social Security. That's what makes that stool stable for long-term planning for retirement purposes. And unlike other public service retirement programs, Plan A pensioners were not able to participate in contributions to the Social Security system. You've heard that today from some testimony from others. Consequently, the absence of this important post-retirement benefit destabilizes the long-term value proposition for firefighters in Wyoming. And therefore, the integrity of maintaining the current Plan A pension, I believe, is a stabilizing safeguard, given the inability for firefighters to participate in Social Security. Also, in addition to the inability to participate in Social Security, the consideration to terminate the COLA in its entirety and the rollback seems almost punitive in this sense. That given the risk of inflationary economic factors, I believe it's that initiative would further exacerbate the deterioration of the value of this pension. So while the future of a 3% COLA may seem uncertain going forward, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair, I was one of those votes that prospectively I said, okay, I would forego my prospective COLA. But there may be a time in the future, there may be a time many years down the road when some adjustment is again warranted for a COLA. And so should there be some consideration for a future COLA formula based on the soundness of the system or the CPI, and certainly with policy oversight and approval, and yet still hold a place statutorily for COLA consideration into the future. I support the hardworking men and women who work in our government, providing services to our residents in the state and who have earned their retirement status in their respective retirement program. And to the profession of firefighting, this profession is unlike some others. This is dangerous work. And it's ranked and recognized as one of the most dangerous and extra hazardous professions in this nation, as well as by the state of Wyoming. In conclusion, I respectfully believe that the Plan A pension in its current form and some sense of a COLA in the future, which will help mitigate that inflationary devaluation, is a fair and equitable plan, taking into consideration the good faith agreements which underpin its framework. Mr. Chairman, having previously served in the legislature, I think I fully understand the difficulties you face and ultimately the balance to serve the public's interest. You're faced with prioritizing needs this next session, and I trust and am optimistic that you will view these former first responders as one of those public interest priorities. A firefighter's obligation was to protect his or her community, and the expectation was to be rewarded with the benefits that they signed up for. I liken it to a Wyoming handshake, and let that handshake mean more than pen or paper. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity for testimony and be open for any questions you might have.
Any questions for Guy? Appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Patrick. Or
Go ahead. Okay.
Jane?
I'm Jane Plessinger. My husband was a firefighter. I took some notes here and I couldn't hear at times you Representative Nichols. So I do have some questions and some thoughts for you going forward if you wanted thought on what I have. I was listening to the 94 million after the 3% COLA taken out, and then the state 50 million and the employer 20 million. And if I could hear the discussion on the actuaries correctly, it said it would be funded by 2028. And I missed the explanation for the gap between 2026 when they say that the actual or the current pension would be insolvent to the time of 2028. And so that's just something I have a question about. Maybe that can be cleared up in a little bit. As I'm listening, another one question further down, I heard that the suggestion of 20 million from the employer, 55 from the state, no COLA, no change in benefits. It didn't mention what the rate of return would be on the investment, but I'm assuming still 7% that the funding would be then fully done in 2037. I'm wondering, as it stated in some of the other examples, what the mortality or how many firefighters and spouses would still be drawing on those funds at that time. I have a thought for you. What if it was 25 mil from the employer, 55 from the state, no COLA, no reduction in benefits, and as we have talked about here today, that the 7% rate of return may be a little ambitious, that it be calculated on a 6.5% rate of return. A little more conservative perhaps, but long-term, a little more reality. And then what was, if that was the input into the system, what would be the year of 100% funding and how many of the firefighters and spouses would be still living to be drawing on that? Those are some questions and some thoughts I have for you as the commission. I really appreciate the actuaries being put forth and some options that you've definitely considered. When I looked at the bill, I did have some questions that the bill didn't answer, that the draft. You're giving this money to the cities and expecting them to pay back monthly payments or monthly or annual payments. And then if they don't, you're gonna hold back funds. It doesn't talk about when there's a shortfall. If the amount that you're holding back is less than the amount that they are delinquent in payment on, where does that money come from? That's not addressed in the bill. That is the draft. So that's kind of a concern. It's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I'm kind of wondering if you're going to give 20 million to the cities, why don't you just put it straight into the fund and not play the hand around to the cities and then back to us? Just a thought. But I really do appreciate the amount of effort you're putting into everything here and everything that Guy said. I did look at another bill, and one of the things it said in it, there was a Carter versus the state suit back a while ago. And although it doesn't come out and say the state is totally responsible, it does say, however, legislators is authorized to make appropriations to satisfy moral obligations. And I think that's what we're here trying to do now, is fill that moral obligation that had 2002, before 2002, but then most importantly in 2014, that moral obligation was missed. We've got a chance now to fix it and to go forward. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Jack. Okay, anybody else? Dean, is it Dean around? Patrick. Go ahead, Patrick.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. I'm Mayor Patrick Collins from the city of Cheyenne. I was here at your last meeting and basically shared that I'm not a firefighter, but as mayor, 79 of the firefighters in Fire A are our responsibility. Whether that's financial or moral, how you look at it, it's our responsibility. And I feel like we've got to do something about it. I'm really frustrated that in 2014, the cities and the legislature worked together to come up with a solution, and for whatever reason, it didn't happen. What I want to make sure happens now is that we don't miss this opportunity to fix it now. We're 5 years away from insolvency. The city of Cheyenne, from the numbers that you've shared with us, you know, the truth is I wish that number was 0, because we didn't have a lot of input in how we got here today, but I know that that's not going to happen. We got to be part of the solution. And so we're in there for that. We'll do our part. But what I want to encourage you today is to make sure that we don't miss this opportunity like we did in 2014. In 2014, the number for us was $11 million, and the numbers I'm hearing now are twice that. The numbers are much higher for you guys also. I don't think we can take the chance of waiting much longer in order to solve this problem. So I would encourage you to write the bill. We're in to help. We appreciate the loan. We'll pay it back, I promise. And we'll try to get these firefighters taken care of and do what we promised them, which is if they came to work every day and served us and took care of us, that we would take care of them in their retirement. And I want to make sure that happens. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'd like to try and answer. And I didn't catch Jane's last name, but Mrs.
Messenger.
What is it?
Messenger.
Mrs. Lessinger? Mrs. Lessinger, I'll take a shot at trying to answer a couple of the questions that you've asked. So I think that the first one you talked about was the gap between where we are now and 2028. And I think that was a reference when we were initially talking about one of the things we're talking about is right now we have a fund from certain insurance premiums that are paid, and that's going to fund the volunteer firefighters. And right now, 100% of that is going to do that. So we talked about what happens if you take, we start out with 20%. I think we look at 30% and 40% of that stream and diverted it to help support fireman A. And I think the first one we did, the effect that if we don't, right now, the volunteer firefighter fund, which is completely different fund than the fireman A fund, that if we don't divert, it'll be 100% actuarially sound in 2028. And so if we move that fund, it'll push it out a little bit. I think when we talked about, for example, I think when Vice President Hicks is, we talked about his, it pushed it out to, I think, 2038 or thereabouts. But so we're just talking about in terms of what it does to that fund, because there's not quite as much, won't be quite as much money going into that fund. And so it really didn't have a lot to do with fireman A. It was mostly in context of what does that do to the volunteer firefighter fund. The other one was mostly for you, and we've talked about whether it's 6.5 or 7 and those types of things, but the other one was on the shortfall. And so what it is like, you're absolutely right. It talks about the state will loan the $20 million to the cities and the districts who share some responsibility in making sure that this fund becomes sound. And so if we have every expectation that folks like the good mayor from Cheyenne just talked about, I think we'll have a representative from city of Casper here will echo similar sentiments. And so, but if things get tough or they forget, or they get a new mayor or a new city manager and they don't want to pay, we do that. And so what it is there a certain amount of money that goes to cities, towns, and counties every year from what we call under the cap money. And without going long story, I'll try to make a long story not quite as long. But what happened back, there used to be that all the money was earmarked that the state had. It was earmarked that went everywhere. When they came back, my mother was in the legislature back then, and when they de-earmarked, it was a very tough time for everybody. But when they de-earmarked, there was a couple of levels. One was on severance taxes, and one's federal mineral royalties, and they were called under the cap. And so they kind of drew a line and said all the money that comes in under the cap is still going to be allocated this way. And a certain amount of that goes to cities, towns, and counties. And it's almost always, if we ever don't make the under the cap amount, the whole state's in a whole lot of trouble. So what we do is, but what we said is, and what the bill does is it says if the cities don't pay their payment, it will deduct it from under cap money that would otherwise go to them. So it's probably as good or better than a mortgage on your house to the bank. The folks that are paying this will do their share one way or another. The districts are a little bit different question, but for at least the municipalities that are involved, it's pretty locked in. But I think that those municipalities that have, with exception of one or two, have all said about what Mayor Patrick has said, that they recognize this moral obligation and they want to step up and help. So I think that answers most of your questions. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other public testimony? We have someone online that must know. Anybody else would like to testify? Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will close public testimony. So committee, go ahead. I don't think we want to know about it. We don't want to be influenced by it. We want to make our own decisions by what we know. Yeah. But I appreciate it. Okay, committee, what's the pleasure of the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the bill.
Okay, is there a second? Then moved and seconded. Okay, go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, before you start to work the bill, the working draft before you is 0.8, which is the identical bill that was before you in the September meeting. At that time, you discussed two potential changes, and I just wanted to refresh your memory on that, or Josh can. On page 9, you talked about advancing that date from
And so, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, so this was just technical notes that I had found when I explained the bill last time. So on the last page of the bill, it has an effective date of April 1. On page 9, line 2, there's a reference to July 1. So that's an error. That should be April 1. There's the same reference on page 9, line 10. And then also, Mr. Chairman, there's a couple references to an account on lines 5, 10, and 13 of page 9. 2 of those should be a reference to the fireman's pension account, the ones on line 5 and 10. And the one on line 13 is the Fire A legislative reserve account. So just to make that clear which account we're talking about. So those are just technical fixes that are in a current draft. That is unfortunately not before you. I apologize for that. But I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just checking on page 9, you referenced the change of date on line 10. Would that also occur on line 2 as well?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, line 2 and line 10.
So Josh, what's the difference if we have April 1 or effective immediately versus April 1? Because this could go through a lot faster or a month earlier. And why wouldn't we capture those additional dollars in the terms?
I don't know if Don has anything. I think we picked that date for a reason, but I can't recall off the top of my head.
Mr. Chairman, our concern is if this, after the 15 days, let's imagine this was adopted by the legislature and then the governor had 15 days to sign. He may sign it, say, March 27th. This would affect, potentially, depending on what you do with the bill, could affect some administrative activities of the Wyoming retirement system. So we wanted to make it a date certain.
So what, I mean, it could affect them, but in what way?
Okay, so for example, in the current draft, and I'm not advocating for or against it, but there is a section in here that would reduce benefits. A reduction in benefits on March 28th is different than a reduction of benefits on April 1st. And so we were trying to pick a easy date for which those changes could take
Why wouldn't,
effect.
to me, it's still easy if it's effective on the signature of the governor. And that's the date then when it happens.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my concern, and WRS can advise differently. If he signs it on March 30th, they're going to have to modify the checks that go out on April 1st. And maybe he signs it on April 2nd or something. So we were just trying to identify, okay.
Well, I understand,
Yeah.
but the sooner we can make it effective, the better, I guess is my point. So we can do one or the other.
Why don't we work the bill and maybe
Yeah.
that becomes less important.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You were going to say something I didn't want to. I was just going to, probably the same one he's going to make, so go ahead, Lloyd.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd plug some numbers into this, Don or Josh.
Oh, before you do that, then.
Before I do that, to you, Mr. Chairman.
I would just make a motion with the exception of the effective date, which was just hold off, that we would adopt the technical corrections identified by Josh. And
Yeah,
let's
so
just
moved.
clean that up and get that
Second.
out of the way.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we plug some numbers in that the state contribute 50 million, locals at 15 million, eliminate the COLA 40%, and we move 40% of the fire insurance premium tax to Fireman A starting in 2022. And if we know how to run that calculator right, that should make that Fireman A whole in around 2050.
And that would not have a reduction in benefits.
No reduction in benefits.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Stiff. Any discussion? So I've ran the numbers on my computer and it works at 7%.
And what's the, when you do that, what's the?
It's sound on 2050.
2050, so it's less than 30 years.
Well, it's sound meaning it's in 2050, it'd be 113%.
But that's, I mean, so Mr. Chairman, if I may, and so just to clarify, so with those numbers, at least according to the tool that was provided to us from WRS, that if you took 40% of the fund for what period of time? Indefinitely?
Yeah, well, until
40% of the
it goes
insurance
till-
proceeds?
It goes till the payout, or I think we'll have to reevaluate.
Okay.
And by the way, what we need to do is add a provision to this that, if we haven't done it already, that deals with any amounts of money that are left over on the last. I think it's in there,
But it's a loan, yeah.
and so but there may be a point when we no longer need. My guess, in fact, it will probably be around 2050 that we will no longer need the
40%.
The 40%. So. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I contemplated that, so you really two ways to adjust that. One would be if, when that fund had 100% action, back into the retirement account, or the other, you just let it sit there. And with the current provisions in the bill, when the last pensioner's done, it just reverts back to the general fund. So I
So
think
either
some
way.
future legislature probably can make that determination.
Yeah.
I think we could get too prescriptive.
Yep.
Looking too far out in the future, so I'm gonna just keep the current language.
Okay, back to the motion.
So can I just continue to clarify what I think I heard?
Yep.
So that we take the 40% of the insurance fund, and that goes to, that starts being contributed to Fireman A.
It does.
Then there is, the state will make a loan of
15
million.
Actually, it's a loan of 65.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a loan of 65, of which the cities and districts will be responsible for 15 of that loan for repayment to the state.
That's correct.
And so with that, there's no reduction in benefits.
Correct.
COLA goes to zero.
Correct.
And that we have, in doing that, you become actuarially fundedly or it becomes actually sound in 29 years.
Yeah.
Which is in pension speak is if you're in within 30, then you've
done good.
You've done good. And actually it wouldn't be 100, it'd be at about 114%. Okay, thank you. I understand it.
So the equivalent of this, by the way, is providing each one of the 286 pensioners the equivalent to a present day value of about $330,000. So and then what I think what the folks in here, what is very important is we're a long way from getting this bill passed, a long way. And so we're going to need your help during this session because it's going to be harder than it was in 2014 because of the cost. And, you know, and part of the problem, and I just want to comment on it since I've took the table, because there was discussions about that it was morally and legally wrong not to shore this fund up. And I would respectfully disagree with that. And I would respectfully disagree with Guy's comments that statutorily and constitutionally we're required to do it. We've had legal research done on it. We have a brief on it, essentially. And that brief says that when the fund runs out, we are not obligated to do anything. We're doing this because we think it's the right thing to do. And that's the reason why we're doing it. But so far, everyone in this room has had over $1 million in pension benefits paid to them out already. And what that means is this fund was just paying way out more money than it could ever afford. But in reality, that's really the legislature's fault because they're the ones that raised it based upon the recommendations of the actuaries back in late 90s and 2000s. But the beneficiaries of that, of not reducing it back then, or not increasing and allowing those increases to go into effect are you. That's that. If we hadn't done that, you wouldn't have $1 million in your pocket. You'd have less than $500,000 in your pocket since 2002. And so that's why we think, what is our moral and legal obligation? Well, I mean, it's tough for everybody. The last thing we want to do is take money out of anybody's pockets. But in point of fact, for the last 20 years, all of the beneficiaries have been on your side and none of them on our side. And this is the equivalent of $94+ million in addition to the $42 million or $48 million that we put in back in between 82 and 97. It's a heck of a lot of money for 286 people. But we're going to try to do it, but we're going to need your help. It's going to be work. When the numbers get out there, it's just going to happen. So with that, any other amendments?
Question on this, Matt.
Okay, on the amendment, go ahead. Well, let's, it has to be amendment to the amendment.
What's that?
Is it an amendment to the amendment?
Amendment to the amendment. Hopefully
Okay.
it's a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we include the contributions on page 9, line 3 from the employers be 20 million.
You want to go from 15 to 20?
15 to 20. And then on page 14, that we would appropriate $55 million of state funds for that purpose.
Is there a second for discussion? Okay, can you explain your logic?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is a bitter pill that I think we all have to swallow. And we can't look back at our predecessors, either with WRS or the previous legislature, and correct the mistakes that they made. What I don't want to do is that 10 years or 15 down the road, these people are back in here because the fund is broke. Another legislator's got to clean up the mess that we've made or our predecessors made because we wouldn't swallow the poison pill. Quite frankly, I think the actuarial assumptions are a little not conservative enough for my taste. I think we would be prudent. It's a one-time expenditure that we ought to make that investment now for the future generations of the legislature that don't have to deal with this, and for the future benefit of the pensioners, that they do not have to go through this again. I think it's prudent, and I think it's wise. Mr. Chairman.
So I'm looking at the, I just ran that at 6.5%. And at 55 and 20. And it's actuarially sound. Like 2043. And by 2051, it's 277%. So that's probably, we probably don't need to put that much money.
Well, Mr. Chairman, under that scenario, that would be similar as to putting money back into our permanent mineral trust fund, because those funds would revert at the end of that point in time back to the general fund. So, again, I think it's prudent and conservative to go ahead and make sure that these folks and our future legislators don't have to grapple with this issue, knowing fully well that if it comes out to the benefit, it's still a significant benefit to the future generations of the state of Wyoming. I don't see any downside to taking this action.
Okay. Okay. On the amendment, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. Back on the bill. Don?
We're still.
Oh, yeah,
amendments.
as amended, all those in favor? Let's just tell us. And so we'll finalize the bill after you put in the reserve account language. So it's conceptual amendment.
My amendment as amended.
Okay, the amendment as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries. Okay, any other issues on this particular bill? Are you going to carry this in the Senate?
No more amendments. But just before we make the final vote, I want to reiterate to the pensioners out there, that motion that we just made makes it even more incumbent upon you to ensure that you show up when this is debated, because it made it more difficult for this to get through the rest of the legislature. So.
And yes, we're happy to carry it as a Senate file.
Okay, Senate file it is. All right. Anything else with the bill? Thank you. Yeah, roll call vote on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the vote is on 22 LSO 125 working draft 0.A as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stiff.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru. Senator Hicks.
Excused?
Senator Kinsky.
Excused?
Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Perkins.
Before I vote, let me, can I confer with my co-chair for just a moment?
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the bill is adopted as for sponsorship, and I understand it's a Senate file.
Thank you. Good to see you, Guy. Thanks for coming. How you doing?
Thank you very much. Members of the JAC, Chairman. Yeah, it's on. Yep. Members of the JAC, Chairman Nicholas, Senator Perkins. We're going to be mindful of your time, given that we're coming up on the 5 o'clock hour, but we wanted to come here today, myself, Tricia Bach with A&I, Director of A&I, and Aaron Williams, HRD Administrator, to kind of set the groundwork for what we will be coming in for on an ask for compensation. Currently, we're here to discuss compensation and retention and recruitment of state employees. We wanted to make sure that the JAC and the legislature were prepared to hear from all agencies during the budget hearings. But we wanted to make sure we had the groundwork for you so you understand what they're talking about and the problems that we're facing. It'll be a quick introduction to give some history and allow members to be able to digest what we're speaking about in the coming months. Right now, the governor is currently working on evaluating options to present in his budget, and he'll do that mid-November. So we wanted to make sure that at some point before then, we had the opportunity to talk about market, talk about the lag that Wyoming is seeing behind market, talk about some of the, some specific examples, but talk about the overall process. So that's why Erin Williams is here. She's the expert in market. And so we're here to answer any questions you might have. Kind of go over, like I said, a broad overview of where we sit as a state with the state employees. One of the things that it involves is moving the pay tables, and I think most of you know what that means. We're on 2017 pay tables right now. So when we talk about pay tables, we're talking about what the market was in 2017. So those are the pay tables that the state of Wyoming currently uses. That happened back in 2018/19 during that time. And we came in for an ask for that pay table move, and that ask was granted. However, it was cut in half. And Aaron Williams will talk about the effect that had on the state of Wyoming and why we haven't come back and asked last year or the year before based on our economic situation. We were not going to come in and ask for compensation increases. So with that, I'm going to turn that over to Aaron and talk about market and the jobs workforce team that we've been involved in. Robin Cooley from the Department of Workforce Services is in the room. She and Aaron generally have been running the compensation discussion among directors. We have also split off into a smaller group specifically on state employee compensation. We have about 16 directors in that, and we've had some really good conversations in the last few months on compensation, and we want to update you on that as well. So I'll turn it over to Aaron to kind of give you a little bit of history, what market means, what regression means, all of those things that you're going to hear us talk about in the coming months on compensation so that you at least have an idea of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. I thank you for your time today. As Director Bach had mentioned, back in 2019, July, we moved employees below minimum to the minimum of the 2017 market data. However, as Director Bach mentioned, the dollar amount that we were allocated was cut in half from what we had originally asked for. And so the result of that was we had to drop the minimums out of our pay tables. So the pay table minimum currently is actually 3% lower than it should be, just based on the funding we were allocated. So our pay tables are built, the market policy position is the market, and we build the max 20% above, and the minimum is 20% below. Right now, the current pay tables we're operating on are 23% below minimum. So when we're talking about we moved employees to the minimum, we moved to a minimum that we had to drop. We still do have employees below what the 2017 minimum should have been. So that's definitely created some issues for agencies whose positions are funded at the minimum. With that, right now, the actual numbers that we have, we're comparing to the 2020 data. We're asking for the pay table move. We're on average 19.6% below. It varies by pay grade. And so, okay, I'm gonna have to pull those up. I don't. Okay.
Chairman Nicholas, we can get you the actual chart on what that would look like. Right now, we have some examples of, and I tend to talk about custodians because they are the lowest. Right now, they are approximately $7 an hour below where they should be. So that's an example of the lowest. It doesn't work out to 23%. 23% is, they are at $11.95 an hour right now. That is the average for a custodian. That's right around the minimum, the pay table. So you add 3% to that to get to the 20%. And then there's 7%, and then there's $7 behind. But we can get you a chart that can show you that. We want to make sure that you understand how the market is done. And then we can fill in with the actual numbers from there. So it is based on a.
We do. I can get that to you. We have copies of that I can provide.
We can make sure it's emailed over. It's one of the documents that we have was for the Compensation Commission. It kind of gives an example and what ANI does when we look at market. For example, later we'll talk about how local governments are normally look to the state and ANI's pay tables to kind of gauge where they are. They have recently been calling us saying, your pay tables don't look right. Well, it's because they're not. They're well behind. So they are actually able to recruit state employees into the local government. Right. So it's been difficult for agencies to lose their folks to the local government. And then they call us saying your numbers don't look right and you used to be the leader and now we're kind of lagging behind. So we'll get you that information so that you can have something in writing. We talked a little bit with Director Hibbert about a fact book, something like that, and we can get that for you so that you can have a better ability to point to some of the definitions and things we talk about, because it's not easy to translate what the JAC has a better understanding of versus everybody else in the legislature on the floor. It's not easy to make that leap when you're talking about market analysis.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
When you talk about the market analysis, that also take into consideration the benefit packages applied to for state employees. Other words, not just the salary, but the whole compensation package. Just because I'm sitting here reading the results from the survey and where more than 50% of the respondents said because of retire stability and benefits and insurance. So is that calculated into $11.30 an hour a job for private sector that provides no benefits, or even a $17 an hour job in the private sector that doesn't have state retirement, no health insurance, and none of those things? Are we comparing apples and oranges here, I guess is the question.
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, it's an excellent question, and I'm going to let the expert answer it, which is Aaron Williams.
When we're talking base pay, we're just looking at the base pay in comparison to the relevant market data and the survey sources. We do have a benefit survey that we also have information on in a pay practices survey. So we do a total compensation analysis as well. When we're talking about the movement of the pay tables, though, that's strictly the base pay that we're looking at.
That helps.
So with that, knowing that our pay tables are the 23% below, and we'll get that to you exactly what that looks like. We did analysis again in 2020 to see how far behind state employees are on average. And that's the 19.4% behind the 2020 market. At the same time in 2019, as Director Bach mentioned, we didn't originally come in for an ask the past couple years just because we were sensitive of the cuts that were needing to be made and the situation we were in. But then in 2019, we were 18.6 behind the market as well. So for perspective, as of June of 2021, 53% of state employees lag 20% or more behind the market, meaning on average, public and private employers' base pay is 20% or more than most state employees' base pay. And so that's just the base without the benefits in. Our current pay structures are also analyzed each year, and we found that pay ranges on average, just the range that we calculate is 8% behind the market. Furthermore, approximately 23% of the workforce is below the minimum that we would propose based on the 2020 market data. The compensation philosophy has been adopted by the Compensation Commission. And so we have done numerous surveys over the course of the past year with the Compensation Committee, the Jobs Workforce Committee. We have been meeting regularly with agency directors, state employees, just to see what their opinions are and what hardships they've been faced with. And so to put some of these figures in perspective, we have 5 pay tables. The general pay table includes our custodians. This is a classification that ends up on our top 10 high turnover classification numbers historically. What we're finding with those on average today, our custodians make $11.95 an hour. The 2020 market data indicates that we should be paying them $14.54. We have office support specialists who also are very hard to recruit and retain. Today, those individuals with the state of Wyoming are making $16.22 an hour. And on average, they're being paid in our relative market $23 an hour. Those are just a couple examples. We have a very hard time in all agencies recruiting qualified project engineers. Today, our project engineers make $32.68 per hour as part of their base pay. And we should be paying according to the 2020 market $40.82. So that's just a couple examples of really hard to recruit and retain positions that agencies are struggling with on the general pay table. These trends continue into our criminal investigation and law enforcement pay tables, the nursing pay table, and our attorney pay tables. Currently, another extremely hard to recruit for and retain position is our managing attorneys. We are paying on average $45.87 an hour, and they should be getting $60.31 according to our market. And so,
Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to understand more of how your market tables were developed.
Before our next meeting, Chairman Nicholas, we have quite a few compensation reports in our compensation philosophy that we could share with you. We have a methodology overview with that. I think we have, according to the Compensation Commission, they're the ones who approve our compensation methodology. Our market data is compiled from 5 salary survey sources. We look at both local and national data in that, as well as relative comparator state governments. So about 10 years ago, the Compensation Commission approved a 12-state region that we look at. It's the 6 contiguous states and then 6 other states that we worked with economic analysis and the statisticians from Workforce Services that were kind of where state of Wyoming employees were coming from and where they were leaving to go to. And those 12 states are Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Oregon, Utah, and Washington. And so that's the states that we derive. And then every survey source we utilize, we look at information from those 12 states.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Eric, thank you so much. And I apologize later in the afternoon. This is probably a repeat question from Senator Hicks, but to use a specific example, say on the lawyers that you're paying, if you're paying, say, $90,000 a year to the lawyer who works for the Attorney General's office, are you comparing that to what a lawyer in the private sector would make? Or are you comparing that to a lawyer who would work, say, for the Colorado Attorney General's office? And if it's comparing the market generally, like all lawyers, for example, isn't there a number you can put on the value of the benefits, right? Because if I'm a government lawyer, I'm going to get 9.5% or so to my retirement, which is real money that goes into my retirement. It's deferred compensation. I'm going to get, probably healthcare benefits that are a whole lot better than I'm going to get if I'm working as a self-employed lawyer, hypothetically speaking, right? So again, I apologize if that's a repeat question, but is that the comparison you're making?
Yes, when we're collecting that salary survey data, Chairman Nicholas, I apologize, Representative Stith, you're correct. So when we're calculating the data, we ask specifically for the actual base salary. And then we also collect the information from the benefits on those. They're two separate. And so we're strictly looking at base pay, but to your earlier question, whether we're looking at a local attorney or, a state government attorney, we look at all of the above, and then we run it through a regression analysis. And so there's a complicated formula that our compensation analyst will run that through when she collects the data. And in that report that we will get to you before the next meeting, it explains that regression analysis we use and how that works in more detail.
So who created this formula? Is it your regression analysis? Is this a company that you buy the software from, or how did it evolve?
I'm not sure the year, Chairman Nicholas, but the Compensation Commission, when we had the Hay Market Group come in and do a study, there was a recommendation from the legislature to use the World at Work Association. So anyone in our office who's currently performing state compensation functions goes through the World at Work certification. It's a pretty extensive 11-course study, and then there's an exam that they must pass. And that regression analysis is an industry standard that is taught in that
So there was discussion
certification.
earlier this year to get an updated Hay study of some sort. Is this kind of a substitute for that, or did that ever transpire, or is that still in the works? For some reason, I thought that we were going to go get get an independent analysis that would update the Hay study.
Chairman Nicholas, I don't have anything that we were going to go with Hay for an update. I would say carefully that generally speaking, the folks that end up doing all that work are the HRD employees. And I think you would have the same result from Hay as you do from HRD and the World at Work program. I think, and Aaron can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we ever looked at going back and having Hay come back in again. I'm not sure that would be cost effective or beneficial. I think that we can do the same thing given what happened the last time.
Mr. Chairman?
I'll defer to the Vice President.
I'm real curious when we look at these and you talked about people leaving the jobs and where they're going and stuff. But do we know, are we just drawing an assumption that the reason that they've left this job, whether it's a janitor or an engineer or an attorney, that it was strictly for pay? So do we know that? Or are we comparing that? Because I'm just knowing state employees that have moved because their spouse got a better job, because they wanted to be closer to family. It got just a little too darn cold along the I-80 corridor in certain towns, and they wanted a more amicable environment down south of Wyoming. So there's a whole host of reasons they're moving other than salary. But are we making the inference that they're only moving because of the salary differential here?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, I think our survey strongly supports that it's a compensation issue. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't other problems. We have also people leave because of supervisory issues. They don't particularly care for their supervisor and they don't want to work for them. However, all of the data that we've been able to collect, and we had 4,000 plus employees answer this survey that is not strictly published yet. We have the summary for you. Compensation was the overwhelming issue for the majority of folks that answered that survey. We also do exit interviews, and I do exit interviews at ANI. We also, since we are now consolidated in HR, have the ability to see the exit interviews for the entire state. And the majority of those are also compensation. That doesn't mean that people aren't leaving for other reasons too. But compensation is a problem with the state of Wyoming, and we can really see it in the recruitment and retention. A good example would be a couple different directors have mentioned that they've had positions out there for 6 months that you'll see on the vacant list. It's not vacant because they want it to be vacant. They have no applicants for the position. If people call and ask about it and they tell them what the salary range is, they even tell them the salary range up into MPP. And it's still not enough to recruit some people to come to the state of Wyoming or come into the state employment. So recruitment and retention is a really good indicator of whether compensation is really the problem or not.
So, Mr. Chairman, just follow up some of the information that we've received from at our CAP-FIN committee that we had in Saratoga earlier. This is the same thing that we saw from the surveys from the top 500 CEOs, where they said 50% of the jobs for highly qualified people that they're having public billing. 75% of small businesses are, so it's not unique to state government. And I was just curious as if all those jobs they can't fill are for compensation. And so I continue to ask that question. Is it's strictly compensation when we're seeing the same thing in the private sector for large and small businesses. So I just would like to see more data and a little more analysis. When you say strongly correlated, that at the 90% level, 80% level, what is strongly correlated? I don't, that's a qualitative versus a quantitative. I'd like to see the quantitative.
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, I agree. And I think when we have the final of the survey, I know you just have a summary that doesn't tell you a lot right now. Once we have the final 75-page document, we will send that over for you to be able to review. And then we can talk a little, and I do think that business in general is struggling to recruit people. I am not at all ignoring that fact either. But what my small little area is the state of Wyoming, and seeing how far back we lag. 19% is a lot to lag behind not only the private sector, but at other state employees in other states. So that's why the compensation issue is part of it. There are always going to be other issues. I'm not sure what's going on in the country right now where you can go and work at McDonald's for $17 an hour with benefits and a 401k. And we're paying our custodians $11.95 an hour. That's hard for somebody who's making that wage to actually make it and pay their bills. So that's what I look at. If we had a situation where we could look at all of the Fortune 500 companies and the top earners, they're having problems as well. This is not just a minimum wage issue. This is the same issue at the top of the pay scale with the state of Wyoming as well. So it's not just the custodians, it's the managers, it's program managers, it's directors. And, so it goes the gamut. That's why the pay table move is important. When we talk about pension, I do think that is something that plays in. And that's why you will see when we talk about further, market is the MPP. We only have 400 people making MPP in their class or above out of 8,000 employees or 7,500 employees. Most of the folks in this room are making way less than MPP. So it's not like we're even at the market. And for example, when we say MPP, we're talking about the market position. That's how much your position should be paid. If you're doing your job and you're doing it well and you're doing what we're asking you to do. So if you get a meets expectation on your PMI, you should be making MPP. Only 400 state employees are making that or more. That's part of the problem.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, I'm interested in the data. And I want to be comparable from apples and oranges. So when we compare that market rate and say we're below that market rate, but does that market rate comparable to the cost of living for somebody in New York obviously has a substantially higher cost of living. It costs that justifies that level of salary. So, nationwide averages until we calculate those cost of living, each one of those localities, I don't know is a good benchmark to sit here and make sound decisions on. Again, is there data available that we can look at in comparable cost of living markets as Wyoming versus national averages? Are we doing?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, we do not use New York as an example. We use the 12 comparator states that are right around Wyoming. So we try very hard to make sure that we stay within that Wyoming range. Right now, I believe the cost of living increase was 5% for the US. Wyoming runs right around the same, if not a little bit higher, from what I understand, and I think that number will be out next week. So we only use the 12 comparator states. We don't take into consideration California, New York. So we do feel that it's an accurate assessment of where we should be. Sure.
So you said you use the state of Washington. Because everything's expensive in Washington. I'm not sure that that's a comparator state. It's a high flyer.
And it's one of 12.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll turn it back over to Aaron.
Chairman Nicholas and Senator Hicks, your earlier question too, I think, when we're looking, a big piece of it is the reporting data of why state employees are leaving. But I think even more telling for us is the numbers that we've seen when you're looking at retirement eligibility. The state, as we've known, for 5 years, we kind of study how many of our state employees are eligible to retire in the next 5 years. 14% of our workforce is eligible to retire today, and 23% of the workforce is eligible to retire in 3 years. And agencies have started to see the problems where they're trying to recruit for these, longevity positions. They're the highest level positions in their organization, the employees who have a lot of the institutional knowledge, and they're not getting qualified applicants to fill those positions. And so that's definitely a concern agency directors have presented to us. The other thing is from the employee satisfaction survey, I do have some data from that that was concerning to us as well. 38% of the respondents of state employees indicated that just to make ends meet, they currently have to work a second job. 3% of respondents indicated they currently receive some sort of public assistance. So from state provided services, we have state employees who are actually on some of those state provided services. 59% of our respondents indicated they are looking for employment elsewhere in some form. And so those are the conversations that directors are having with their employees daily that are very concerning. As far as recruitment, we don't have the number of eligible candidates applying that we even had last year. So in 2019, for every recruitment that we put out, we had on average about 3.2 eligible candidates. Now we're down to about 1.8 in our recruiting statistics, and that's kind of dropping every time we look at the number. So that's also another concerning statistic for us as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just a couple of questions back in just a little bit. When you said that 14% of the, I think you said employees were eligible, was it employees or respondents? Were eligible for retirement today, and then 23 were eligible to retire within 3 years. That's cumulative, not additive. So if they're if retire within 3 years, is the 14 included in the 23, or is it 23 in addition to the 14?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Perkins, you're correct. It's a cumulative. So that 14 is built into there. That is actually a number from our most recent workforce report that has just been published that's out on our website. That isn't from employees responding to the survey. That's actual eligibility data from the workforce report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other one, going back a little bit, clear back to when Representative Steve was asking you questions about, and that was about, were you including the fringe benefits? Then you came back and you said that the dollar amount that you were given, at least what I thought I heard was you said the dollar amount that you gave for the hourly rate was for base pay. Was that inclusive or exclusive of the benefit package valuation?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Perkins, when we ask for the dollar amount on our salary increases, we include two numbers. So we run what the base pay amount is, and then we add a 22%. And Kevin might need to correct me on that with the benefit percentage. Then we include a 22% increase in there to account for the benefits.
Seems awfully low, but okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at the entire benefit package, retirement, workers' compensation, EGI, it's in the neighborhood of about 40%. And then things in terms of the compensation for the state, it's 60% generally funded, 40% other funded. So those are a couple of key statistics.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. So the 14% of the state employees eligible, 23%. Do we know what the long-term trend? Just because you're eligible doesn't mean that they take retirement. So what's the long-term trend that we have in the number of employees that are eligible that actually take retirement? Is it 10% of the 14? Or is it 5 or 6% of the 14? Because that makes a big decision looking out into the future.
Representative Nicholas, Senator Hicks, I will look that up for you as Director Bach continues on with our presentation. I do know that the numbers that we anticipate just are what we calculate as the number that the employees beat the rule of 85. We have been working with the retirement department and Director Swindell, and he said our numbers are actually very low. They have had a large number of employees willing to separate from the state with penalties, which we have not seen in the past.
I mean, penalties, Mr. Chairman, is in other words, early retirements. The discount factor. I prefer you don't call them penalties.
So along the lines of retirement, I think that a lot of times, and we saw it a couple of years ago when there was discussion about early retirement. And one of the things that happens with early retirement or retirement in general, say somebody from your agency who's been there for 35 years leaves. So you have a very large payout at that point if they have leave. They're only allowed to keep a certain amount of leave on the books. But if they have all of that leave on the books, those payouts can get pretty large. So that's another issue that agencies can have as well, is when retirements are happening in an agency for long-term employees, it's tough on the agency as well. That's why you see on the vacant list, something might be kept open a couple months so that they can recoup that money for vacancy savings. So that's another part of retirement, and I'll turn it back over to Erin on the question with Senator Hicks if she's been able to find it.
Chairman Perkins, Senator Hicks, on page 47 of our workforce report, you'll find some eligibility data and the retirement history. And so for fiscal year 2020, 2021, there's on average about 300 retirements out of that. So the number that we've historically seen is not following as high as the trend as the expectation, but it is increasing. And there's a 10-year history on a chart on there for you.
And Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, I think that would be something we could ask the retirement, the department to look at and run for us. That's not something we would be able to run with. And that's why when we run it, we look at who reaches the age of 80, rule of 85. But we could talk with the Department of Retirement and have them run something for us to include in the information that we hand over to you for the next meeting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, so when we're doing that, and I think this kind of gets to your point, and maybe I missed it, but I mean, one of the big issues that you have is when you retire is paying for your insurance, at least until you're on, at least on Medicare, age 65. Correct. And then of course, if you're retiring and going on Social Security, you don't, if you make any kind of reasonable wage at all until you reach full retirement age, for under Social Security, then that becomes problematic because you can only make like 15,000 a year before you start having to have your Social Security deducted. So as we look at that, I think it'd be helpful to know where they at, where, the kind of the ages of that 14 and the 25. I think that gives some realistic view of when you can really anticipate those kinds of retirements. You know, there's lots of people think they can retire until they figure out how much their insurance costs. And then
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Perkin, that's absolutely correct. And we can try to get that information from the Department of Retirement as well, so that we have more of an accurate number for you.
thank you.
So we talked about the workforce report and the outline of the methodology. Representative Nicholas and I didn't know if anybody else had any questions. We'll be sure to get you that report for next time, and I'd be open for any questions that you guys have and understanding that at that point. We have had a lot of our state employees traveling to other cities and counties, giving retirement and benefit presentations. Another one of the concerns, HRD has received numerous calls from businesses around town. The hospital has called, a few of the banks and credit unions. A lot of them don't conduct their own market analysis. They look for the state of Wyoming pay tables and follow along with ours. And so we've had some concerns with the community here in Cheyenne in particular, with local employers wanting to know how far behind we are on market and when we last updated our pay tables, because they're having a hard time recruiting and retaining, and they're using our data. And so they didn't realize that we were that far behind. We also, retirement system educators have been out traveling around. There's some concerning instances of increases, Fremont County being one of them. They're looking to give raises anywhere between 3% and 10.5%. And so there's some data and some conversations going around about concerns of being able to recruit in that area, as we're already kind of having a problem in Fremont County already. And then we just have the cost of turnover, the retention rate, and just the cost to the agencies for all of the turnover that we have is pretty staggering. 67% upwards, depending on what turnover cost you use, could actually be what it's costing an agency every time we have to refill these positions. And so the cost of turnover in and of itself is a concern for agencies as well. And that's all I have. Representative Nicholas.
Chairman Nicholas, I also wanted to add on the turnover, and one of the questions that we have had during the pandemic, turnover has actually gone down in most areas. During the pandemic, people were teleworking, they're able to do other things. We have worked through that with the state of Wyoming, being able to have more. If you can't keep increasing their pay, you have to do something that keeps them here. Most of the state of Wyoming employees want to work for the state of Wyoming. We have been able to telework, which has made some work-life balance issues better. However, our turnover is going up while the majority of businesses see a downturn in the pandemic turnover. So we're trying to evaluate if it's just compensation because of that. So that's something that we're aware of, and we're looking at the national trends. It's pretty astounding on turnover how much it costs. It's not just filling the position, it's training the position and bringing somebody in. And it is on average about 60% of the person's salary on how much it costs every time it turns over. So turnover is not always a bad thing. Right now, it's high within the state that it's looking like we are in this upward movement that we need to get a handle on. And if we had to pay 60%, if that's how much it is costing us, because I don't have an actual number, that's the average for nationally. We're in a difficult situation, the agencies. And I think you're going to hear from the directors that we can't recruit and we can't retain. We're having a hard time asking people to do more. So you have somebody who is in a position that is doing the work of their desk mate because their desk mate left, or they're not hiring that person. They can't hire that person. They're doing 1.5 jobs or more. And the burnout is getting pretty extensive. And if we were able to recruit with a wage that was competitive with the local governments, I think that we would be in a better position all the way around with our agencies. And I'm mindful of my time because I don't want to take up time from Chief Justice Fox because she wants to discuss similar issues with the judiciary.
So Treasurer, what's your timing in putting together a formal presentation? And how it's going to be implemented, how much it's going to cost, and how it's going to work down through the agencies?
Currently, we have the options that we have been working with the governor's office, and I don't want to get out in front of what the governor decides he wants to do. So that's why I'm not coming with a whole bunch of numbers. I will tell you that the move to minimum, just the move to the 2020 pay tables, is about 5.5 million. That is all funds. So I think
It's an annual number?
it's an annual number, all compensation, and I will be mindful that I keep saying that. I have to say that for the governor too. It's an annual number, and the general fund is about 2.3 million for that move to minimum. So if you remember, in 2018, we got half of the ask. And one department took about 80% of that ask. That has since been remedied. We had an agency that hired everybody at minimum. So when that pay table moves, you have to get those people at least to the minimum for our compensation policy. So 80% of the funds went to one department. That department's director with HRD has gotten that fixed. That will not happen in the next move. And that's one thing we said back in 2019 is we can't do this every time because that's why we got half of the ask. So we had to move the pay table lower than we anticipated, and an agency took the majority of the funds. So, which fixed them. That's a good thing. It did fix them, and it got the conversation going about fixing it permanently. So they're not always at the minimum and taking the majority of the funds when we do a pay table move. So we don't have that issue. And I think Aaron has the actual numbers of the people in that agency that would be at the minimum.
Yeah, Representative Nicholas, with the support, like Director Bach had said, of the agency director and Kevin Hibbert in the budget division, we were able to work with the agency and get those salaries up. So when we ran our market analysis, only 20 employees in that agency now fall below that minimum. So it's drastically less than before. So the issue that you guys had previously asked us to fix with that has been fixed in that one particular agency.
So, and before we wrap this up with you all, at least the little executive summary you gave us of the larger report, at least as I read that, the implication to me was that was people who were working at the time and maybe still were working. So has HR conducted exit interviews and asked these same questions? And if so, was that information going to be in the larger reports that we understand the exit interview, the people actually left to when they're asked those?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Perkins, we do have agencies who conduct exit interviews. Not all do at this time. With consolidation, we're working on that. But before the next meeting, we will have that data compiled for you.
Thank you. Which next meeting? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, hi. Two things that I'd be looking for too, just to kind of take off on that is department heads, what do different department heads or all of them just as a group think that the optimal turnover rate is for their department? That'd be one. Two, what's each department doing? I mean, we all understand, I mean, the message is pretty loud and clear that if we give more money, that will do something. And I know that will help, and I know it's needed. But I think too, like a lot of people up here, think it's more than that. And it's about culture, the culture that each department is providing. I think there's a disparity between the cultures that some departments are providing. Some are better than others, some do it better than others. And I think that's something I'd like to, see discussed, and whether it be through those exit interviews, asking that specific question, not asking about, do you feel like your job is valued? Do you feel like your job is necessary? But do you feel that the culture that you're working in? Because I think in this post-COVID world, I think people are looking at that more. It's more about it. There are more things than just dollars here. And we have to be cognizant of the whole thing as a group, as a picture. I know it is true in my business, true in every small business. People are really looking at that. I think a lot of things that we're all grappling with. So, and then the last thing is, and this is my biggest pet peeve of government, so I'll just say it right now. It's like, do each of the departments feel that each person they hire deserves a career path? In other words, are everyone that we hire at the state of Wyoming is deserving a career path to retirement? Is that what our goal is as an organization? If it is, I think some of us would like to have some input on that. Just as a philosophy, because, you know, that's an expensive proposition. And if that is our philosophy, then we need to know it and we need to fund it. And that's a different question. So those are the type of things I want to look for. Like I say, I think we all know that we've been, you know, because of budget cuts and everything else, that we've been behind. And I know there's a lot of us that want to try to do our best. All of us want to do our best to do what we do, but we have to worry about competing also with the private marketplace and not get too far out ahead of them. And like I say, I think a lot of that can be corrected with culture and with some of those answers to some of those fundamental questions. What are we doing? What do we want from our employees? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Tricia, I'm wondering, when we have the agencies come present to us in December, January, if they could, as part of the materials they bring to us, have a spreadsheet that has the number of employees they have, and kind of break them down by employee classification and where they are on the market, on your pay scales. And then each one of those directors can, if they're so inclined, just bring it to our attention and run us through them real quickly, so that that way we can kind of break it up, but we'll have a better understanding of agency and where they're at. Put all this, you know, into real perspective.
Chairman Nicholas, I believe that is the plan. The plan is for each agency to come in and spend 5 to 10 minutes at least during the budget and talk about the state of their agency when it comes to compensation and employees. Each one is going to be a little different, and as it should be. Going back to Senator Gru's question, his last question on career path, you'll find that some agencies do have that philosophy that a career path needs to be there. If, for example, I would assume that you would have a career path as an engineer. As an attorney, you might want to stay with the AG's office. Those are the things that each agency director generally would have a philosophy on. In my philosophy in A&I, I do like the idea of a career path, especially in the lower classifications for buildings and grounds and custodial. You have to be able to see the opportunity to manage and make a little bit more money and provide for your family while doing something you like to do. For example, irrigation, if you wanted to do that. We do have career paths at the lower levels. Not all of them have career paths. So I think that is a good example on seeing from each agency what that looks like. Culture too, I think there is disparity within the agencies. Every agency is a little different on what they're able to do. There's a lot of ability for the directors to decide if they want to be able to telework or not telework. A lot of agencies can't. The majority of my agency can't. They can't telework and clean the bathrooms. But there's other things that you can do to make that culture better for the custodians. So I think that's a good discussion on culture. I will push back a little bit. We have lagged behind generally in the state of Wyoming on employee pay since I started here. And it's not because, part of it is because it's not funded. So like I said, if you have meets expectation, you should be getting MPP. That's how our tables are made up. That's how the Hay system works. It's never been funded to do that. And that's what we're not only coming in and asking whatever we come forward with the governor's budget, but moving forward, and how does this look in the next biennium and the following biennium? And how do we make it easier for you guys to understand what that ask is going to be in 25, 28? So that's another thing that we are looking at in the future, is how to make this easy to understand. One example would be to budget all positions at MPP when the pay tables move. That's the easiest way, if you ask me. Now, I know that that may not necessarily be something that we can feasibly do. But if you budgeted every position at MPP, then the director is able to have some wiggle room. Right now, for example, I have about $30,000 to play with for positions. So if I need somebody to stay and do a 10% retention bonus, it's very, very hard for me to do that. Now, bigger agencies are able to do that. State budget department, having 8 employees, can't do that. So those are the things, if you budgeted MPP, you have a majority of your employees making 90% of MPP, which would be huge. That would be wonderful to have that situation. You would still be able to move people around without coming in and asking for an ask all the time. You could also anticipate what that number could be every biennium, because if you budgeted MPP, you know if the pay tables move, here's your number. This is what the general fund is. This is what federal and other would be. So those are the things we're looking at going forward as well, not just trying to fix the problem right now. We're looking forward as well into the future. And with that, I would stand for any questions, and I will move out of the way so the Chief Justice could come up here.
So tell us about the health insurance reduction, 6%.
I had a feeling that might come up, Chairman, and what we have evaluated, and I think you've seen in the news that a lot of the insurance have had a windfall during the pandemic, and we still continue that. So what we would like to do and what we're going to do is a 6% reduction. We believe that that will help the employees. One of the things that, and this may not be as well received, but moving from 85 to 82 had a significant effect on the employees. It was a huge shift in burden to the employees. It doesn't seem like a lot when you're talking about 3%. It was significant to the employees. So doing a 6% reduction, we are looking at reducing some of the funds that we have right now. We were able to, the pandemic has allowed EGI to make up their reserve in a very short amount of time, which would have taken 3 to 5 years, and we're there. We've made it up. So what we want to do is a 6% permanent reduction. And then
Until insurance goes up 10%.
Until, I mean, we would have to see, and as you are probably aware, Ralph is nervous about, the 6%, but I think it is the right thing to do at this point. I will be coming in and talking to you probably this time next year about going back to 85-15 for the employees. That's just something that I think we need to really evaluate this next year and see how much it really did cost the employees. So the 6%.
If you feel that way, why wouldn't you propose that instead of doing a 6% reduction?
Because, I'm sorry, Chairman Nicholas, to do that right now, it's too late. Starting January 1st, the 6% reduction is what we can do right now. And then come through in April and have that prepared for open enrollment. If we did that, it's something that you would have to, we would have to present to you on why we think it's a good idea. So I think it takes a little longer to go through that process for an 85-15.
Well, I guess what I'm curious about is, I mean, this is one of those things that, well, this is kind of the discussions that we've had before. It's nice that you feel that that's what you should do, but we want to be part of the, what we don't want to do is you come back in and ask for a 10% raise next year. Because all of a sudden healthcare costs just went through the roof. And so all you're doing is playing tic-tac-toe versus being more strategic about it. It's not so much what the immediate impact on the employee is, it's stabilization of the funds and the increases. And also it affects education funding. It does lots of other things that has a trickle down all over the place. So we just want to make sure that we're strategic about it and that we see the numbers of why you're doing it.
And Chairman Nicholas, I want to make really very clear, I wouldn't come with a 6% if I didn't think we could sustain it. We also had an RFP out for the pharmacy benefit and Cigna. We had those RFPs this past spring. We are saving approximately $6 million in the pharmacy benefit. So that went into the decision as well. So it's not just we have reserves that are high, that we could lose some of the reserve and have a 6% reduction. We also renegotiated the pharmacy benefit. So there are multiple things that went into that discussion, and I would not bring that forward if I didn't think we couldn't sustain that.
What is it? What does that mean? What is 6%? What's the monetary value to that overall?
I can get that to you. I don't have that off the top of my head. I've been in compensation world for a little while. So I will get that to you and send it over to the JAC.
Director Vaught, my precursor is we love you.
Yeah.
But I remember our meeting in Riverton when we was talking about insurance, and we're sitting there saying, we didn't know any of this stuff's going on. And you promised, you said that will never happen. And it's happened. We worked with you to say, where do we go with this insurance thing? We come up with a plan. And I'm really think that we should have at least been appraised that you were considering doing a rate reduction rather than maybe a holiday or something. Because I thought we was working on this together and moving it forward. And it seemed like it kind of got up on the road. We looked in the rearview mirror and said, see you later. Here we go. I think that we were hoping, at least as we move forward through this, on this thin ice over the next couple of years, and trying to make that we would be engaged more in those conversations before those decisions were completely, at least vet them through us. So that's just, and so I guess my question is, did I just misunderstand that whole conversations that you've had before this committee previously, or?
Chairman Nicholas, Representative Larson, I don't think you did. I think that when we had the discussion over the summer and after this spring, that discussion on a rate reduction has to happen before August. It has to happen before August so that the open enrollment people have a chance to move their plan. That is my fault for not bringing it to your attention sometime before an interim meeting. When we had the discussion in Riverton, I remember very well, and it is my intent, and unfortunately, apparently I fell down. My intent is to make sure that you're aware, because I don't want to come up to the JAC and have you look at me like that. And that is something that I will do better in the future. I think part of the problem is timing, just like with the 85-15. It's not something we can do this year because of open enrollment. And that's something that I wanted to bring to you to make sure that we had that discussion. The 6%, in hindsight, I probably should have brought to you, but the 85-15 is something that I was waiting to sit down and have a discussion about. So the 6% rate reduction, in my head, I did not feel like that was as much of a change, and obviously it was. And I will bring anything like that to you the next time.
So we've heard, different rumors about how much money this is all going to cost. Anywhere between $60 to $100 million.
The compensation.
Right. And we've also had discussions throughout the year from the governor and Kevin that what we need to do in such a way that we can afford it. And the monies that the additional revenues that we're going to have this year are essentially one-time dollars 3 or 4 years from now. So if we do major pay increases that are unsustainable, then we're gonna drive ourselves into the same hole that we did in the past. And that's what we want to prevent. You know, we want to help state employees as much as we can. But we need to do it in a way that's calculated, that are sustainable and one time, essentially. Big chunks have to be one time. I can already see it. We're gonna give away a lot of money. All of a sudden it's there and we haven't been able to give it. It's a fairly slippery slope. And then you've got Chief Justice right behind you who wants to do the same thing. And then we've got the ECA for the school districts, and pretty soon we don't have any money left. And we're gonna have to go down to 80% instead of 82. I mean, so all those balls have to juggle, and so we just need to kind of know what the end game is and how.
Chairman Nicholas, I would agree. Obviously, it has to be sustained. It's not one-time funding. It's not ARPA fund or CARES fund. This is going to have to be sustained over the biennium, and that's the plan that I think you will see when the governor's budget is finished. It will be my understanding, and I don't think that anybody involved in the discussions think that it's one-time funding. So there will be a plan in place.
Mr. Chairman, we discussed this morning the absolute importance of us building a profile against 25, 26 with our ongoing funding. So we are going to delineate the one-time revenue and the ongoing revenue against the recommendations of the governor for compensation for ongoing. That's paramount. So there's a control out there. That control is the 25, 26 general fund ongoing source of revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the EGI. Why did you choose a 6% reduction versus a 1-month rate holiday?
We determined, sorry, Chairman Nicholas, Representative Walters, that was a discussion that we had with the program manager for EGI. We think that it is a better sustained cut for the employee over time. So if they can have a 6% reduction instead of a 6% increase, along with maybe a pay table move, it's all kind of intertwined. Every time we've given recently given an increase, there has been also an increase in retirement and also in EGI. And this year, we're hopeful that there will be an increase in compensation, a possible increase in compensation, and a decrease in EGI to help the employee. A 1-month rate holiday does not have a sustained effort with the employee, and we believe that it's sustained. We can sustain that 6%.
Like this, once again, that goes back to you want to give them a better deal, and perhaps keep them forward. That's what our job is. So.
And it's duly noted.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, we talked earlier about employee salary surveys and so on, and it did come up in our discussion in terms of possible benefits, overall benefit packages. So, but in the insurance area, do we have survey information that talks about our 82% compared to market or whatever? Do we have information like that that might help us in this discussion also?
Chairman Nicholas, Representative Kinner, we do. I don't have it in front of me right at this moment, but that's something we can add unless Aaron has something to add. We generally look at what surrounding states do for insurance, mostly in the public sector, not private. So we can get that information to you as well.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead. I could provide a little bit of a history. A few years back, we studied this, and Wyoming is the second most expensive state in the United States for healthcare. We only lag behind Alaska. And the last time we studied this, our compensation package for that benefit of employee group insurance was right in the middle of the pack. So while it's costing us the second highest, we are budgeted at middle of the pack. That naturally has changed since then, in particular, with the most recent changes. But I think that it'll be pretty close when we provide that information.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
couple questions, one statement, to Director Bach. I would share my colleagues' concern from Fremont County that I think this rate reduction is a little premature, given all the anecdotal data out there. There's still a backlog to get in there to get voluntary health care out there. So I don't know what the workload that our hospitals have and the doctors, that we're not going to see a substantial uptick when we finally get past this Delta variant and all those other things. So I'm concerned that it was premature, and I'm also concerned of the lack of the communication. But just cautionary note, one thing going forward, as you made a characterization that the state can no longer keep up with the competitive nature of local governments and pay, and you give one example, I would caution you to not use a broad brush with all local governments. Particularly, I have intimate knowledge with some of them, and I would tell you that they are not outcompeting state government for wages and salaries. So just as a suggestion is don't use a broad brush. If there's specific examples you would like to, that's fine. But I don't know that statement was accurate, at least statewide, certainly not in my area. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, and I understand that when I talk about local governments, unfortunately, I didn't qualify that. I generally am talking about Laramie County and Natrona County, where the majority of our state employees are. Those are the areas where we are seeing a pull from the local governments. The retirement system went around, as Ms. Williams talked about. In Fremont County, they're seeing it as well. So I would qualify that. It's not all areas, all local governments. It's specifically Laramie and Natrona County, Fremont to an extent. And that's where we see the most of the state employees. So that's where we see them getting pulled from. So I will be cognizant next time I testify to make sure I qualify that, because I think you're absolutely right.
So the EGI is up for 100 million, is that what I heard?
I have, Chairman Nicholas, I have not looked at it. I haven't looked at it recently. So that's something I can look at and give you a number.
And there was discussions that it's reaching the point of where we're pushing up against the maximum amounts.
Chairman Nicholas, it could be, you have to hit that amount for a certain amount of time for it to be an issue. So that's one of the reasons we talked about the 6%. We did not expect to be able to have that kind of a windfall from the pandemic. And also with Senator Hicks' comments, we did actually evaluate and have the actuaries look at whether there would be a huge increase next year, for example. They have not been able to show that there's going to be an increase. Many thought there was going to be an increase last fall. There was not. Everybody says it's going to happen this fall. We haven't seen it yet. So I'm not sure you're going to see the uptick equal to the amount of money we're saving right now. So I will get that number for you and kind of opine a little bit on the federal discussion as well and how long that would take.
Thank you. Any other questions? That leaves 3 minutes for the Chief Justice.
You're out of order. You don't have an appeal anytime soon. No, it's just like the day, I don't know if the Chief Justice does it.
Thank you.
You don't have any pressing dinner engagements or anything, do
No.
you? I happen to have salmon again tonight.
That's what I was worried about. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for giving me 3 minutes. That's just really all I need. And I'm here on behalf of the judicial branch to tell you, me too. We have 330 employees, and I'm not including judges. The legislature gave our judges a raise a few years ago. We're not talking about judges. We're talking about our workers, our administrative staff, our court clerks throughout the state. They are also underpaid. We were not planning to come to you at this time. We're working on some pay tables for the judicial branch. We don't use the same system as the executive branch. But when we learned that Director Bach would be talking to you, I thought it would be a good time to make sure that you knew that the judicial branch is in the same shape. I think, Senator Hicks, you talk about the fact that all employers are having trouble hiring and retaining employees. But to me, that's just all the more reason that we have to have competitive pay, because otherwise we really can't get them. And I'll tell you how it is on the ground. We made a job offer for a court clerk in Afton who accepted the job and then backed out because they couldn't find a house that they could afford. Cost of living is a real concern. In Cody, we have a new circuit court clerk there who is living in her RV. So we're seeing these problems on the ground for sure. We also see, just so you know, some of the issues with the executive branch people with the pay cuts and the low pay. They impact the judiciary in ways that I'd like to bring to your attention. For example, we have a number of treatment courts around the state, but because of cuts in corrections and the loss of, I think, 19 field agents in the last year or two, corrections is unable to give the level of support that they used to for the treatment courts. We see cases, for example, the child abuse and neglect or termination of parental rights cases. When we see them on appeal at the Wyoming Supreme Court, it is very common that when we look through the record, there are several caseworkers testifying. Why? Because of the turnover. And when the DFS caseworkers are turning over at that rate, all the objectives of achieving permanency for the children or reunification of the families, if possible, are not achieved the way that they should be. So all those executive branch decisions impact the judiciary in ways that are kind of subtle, but they're important. Let's see. I think that's really all I have. We would like to come to you with some more firm numbers. I totally understand that you want those. I don't have that for you today, but I just wanted to let you know how this pay issue looks from the perspective of the judicial branch.
So I think it would be useful for us if you had some type of a pay scale, so that we can see exactly what their salaries and benefits are and what surrounding states do. And I don't know why that information wouldn't be readily available, and that maybe A&I can assist you in putting all that together.
Chairman Nicholas, we are working on putting together a pay table for the branch. We don't have it yet, but it's coming.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chief Justice, if I may ask a request that when you come with that pay table, could you come with a comparison of what the state pay table is for the other state employees, not just the judicial branch pay table for comparative?
Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks, I think we can try that. I need to look at Claire though, before I commit to it. It's a little squishy.
Mr. Chairman, that was an exhibit of wisdom to always ask the people that really know the answers to the question. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, my guess is that you could sit down with Tricia's office and just kind of put them up side by side and come out with some pretty good numbers.
I think we can, Mr. Chairman. Thank you
Well,
for your
thank you
time.
for waiting. I'm sorry it took so long for you to have the short end of the stick at the end of the day.
No, it's fine. I learned something. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that wants to come up and chat with us? Director Reiner, Robin? Anything going on? Did you get to see the new duties you get on some of these bills? Okay, Don, anything else? What do we cover?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything further other than just a reminder to submit your vouchers to your co-chair. And your agency hearings are currently modified. The schedule, it has been sent out, is now posted online as well. I believe it commences on December 1st.
Oh, for, yeah, Jason. So I definitely have to be here. I think. Okay, anything else, anybody? If not, we will stand adjourned. Thank you. Until